To KHOU 11 Plus, I'm Jacob Rascone. It's going to be another busy day at the state capitol. The Senate expected to take up House Bill 4 any minute now. You're looking live inside the Texas Senate. We will toss it over there in just a minute. As you know, this is the redistricting bill we've talked so much about for weeks and weeks. The Democrats left the state. They came back. The bill ultimately passed in the House as expected today. In the Senate hearing, they will talk about the same thing. They'll go through all of the things that we have heard about for so many weeks, the back and forth that has spread into a nationwide debate. Julissa Garza, among others, on our KHOU 11 team, reporting on this extensively throughout the week, the back and forth, the way that the courts are expected to be involved. At least the Democrats hope that that is the case. And right now we're just taking a live look as they prepare to get underway. We will be covering this live, or have this hearing live, so that you can follow along all of the back and forth. And in addition to that, of course, our reporters will be watching it and looking at all of the moments and breaking down the latest for you on our news at noon and throughout the afternoon and evening. This is a debate that's being watched closely throughout the country. I'm Jacob Rascone, KHOU 11. We'll go ahead and toss it over to the hearing.
Senate will come to order. Please rise for the invocation delivered by the State Minister Scott Wall, the Capitol Commission of Texas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, members. Probably some of you know I pray each day in the House, and I have a different theme for the day, and because I can't say the same prayer every day. And so I started off doing the fruit of the Spirit. So love, one day, joy, peace, patience. I figured today I'd do love. If you don't mind, I'd like to go back to that and pray for love, that we feel God's love, and that we also demonstrate God's love today. So let's pray together. Heavenly Father, thank you. You've brought us through, I know, long days and late nights and moments of unity and also deep disagreement. Yet, through it all, you have been faithful and you loved each of us. So today, I lift up each member here in the Senate, everyone in the chamber too. These men and women have just borne the weight of very difficult decisions, I know, throughout the session. They've worked very hard, and I thank you for them, not just for what they've done, but for who they are. And as this second special session hopefully begins to wind down and we prepare to go our separate ways to our homes, our families, and our districts, I ask that everybody here would be able to leave, not just having done the work of legislation that you called them here for, but having felt deeply and personally loved by you, especially through your Son, Jesus Christ. And may your love, the kind that serves, is patient and kind, that's not self-seeking, not easily angered, let that love be in their hearts and guide their steps today and in the days to come. In your Son, Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Members, we're ready to go to work. Senator Huffman. Chair recognizes Senator Huffman for a motion to not concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 5.
Thank you, Mr. President. This time I move that the Senate refuse to concur with the House amendments to Senate Bill 5 and request the appointment of conferees to a conference committee.
Senator Huffman moves Senate not concur on House amendments to Senate Bill 5 and request the appointment of a conference committee. Any objection? Chair hears none. Any motions to instruct? The following conferees, Secretary will read the conferees.
Conference Committee on Senate Bill 5, Chair Senator Huffman, members Senators Perry, Flores, Campbell, and Hinojosa of Hidalgo.
Senator King, you're recognized for a motion to suspend the regular order of business on House Bill 4.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I do make that motion and want to lay out with some opening remarks here before questions. But I also, when I was listening to Pastor Scott Wall's prayer, he was talking about the fruit of the Spirit. And if I remember right from Galatians, that's love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. And I asked him if maybe we could add expedition to that, knowing that this is going to be kind of a long day, but apparently you can't add to Scripture, so that's not going to work. But anyway, if I can, if you wouldn't mind giving me just a couple of minutes to lay out some things that to kind of remind us what we've got in front of us today. But just by way of introduction, when I began this process, I had two goals in mind. The first goal was for the map, which is now HB 4 that's before us, for the map to be legal in all respects. That was the first goal. And the second one was that it would perform better for Republican congressional candidates in Texas. However, as we heard public testimony through, I guess, the 7 total hearings we had, 6 with testimony, there were numerous citizens and office holders that voiced concerns over the compactness of some districts. Compactness, as you know, refers to a principle requiring districts to be where they can be, drawn in geographically tight shapes, trying to avoid irregularities when possible. And so since that was mentioned so many times during testimony, I ended up adding a third goal for today's map, and that would be that it would also improve compactness for the congressional districts in our state. Let me just talk a little bit about that first goal of the map being legal. With regard to legality, and we've discussed this before when we did SB 4 last special, the legislature can choose to redistrict at any time, including during special sessions and even during mid-decade. Courts have well recognized this broad authority. Therefore, it is perfectly legal for us to have HB 4 before us today in this second called special session. Further, another big step in legal compliance is the one person, one vote standard. The U.S. Constitution requires that congressional districts be drawn with population as close to equal as possible to achieve the one person, one vote standard. And that makes the ideal district for us when you divide the 2020 census by the number of congressional members we have. It comes out to 766,987, and that's our target population for each district. HB 4, that's before us today, also meets this one person, one vote standard. Now, beyond this, beyond the fact that we can do redistricting at this term of the redistricting cycle, and beyond the fact that we need to have equal population for one person, one vote, beyond this, the area of redistricting law is very robust and gets very complex very quickly. Therefore, what I've done, because I'm not an expert, I'm an attorney, but I'm certainly not a redistricting attorney, but I have relied on legal counsel throughout this process. And I have been fully assured by that counsel that HB 4 complies with all applicable law. And the House counsel has come to the same conclusion. I haven't talked to them directly, but our counsel has conferred with theirs. So all that said, members, as we're here today for however many hours we're here, I want you to know that I'll do my very best to answer your questions, and I know a number of them are going to be about legal matters. But I would also ask that you please remember that we are not in a courtroom today. This is not a courtroom, and I'm not under deposition. Again, I'll do my best to answer your questions, but I don't want us to get into a legal debate over nuances. That's not our job. Courts take pages and pages just to talk about some of the definitions that apply to redistricting. And that's just not what we're here for today. I'll do my best, but please remember we're not in a courtroom and I'm not under a deposition today. So that's what I'd like to say about the legality of this map. Next, shifting to that second goal I mentioned of partisan performance, and that's what really everybody wants to talk about. And HB 4, I believe, should elect more Republicans to the U.S. Congress. But I'm here to tell you there are no guarantees. There are competitive districts in here now, more competitive than the current map. And I have no idea who's going to run for what office. And I'll have no idea which incumbents may decide to stay or leave, or if they'll decide to run for different districts. I just don't know. I believe this map is more competitive, but there are no guarantees that it elects more Republicans. I also want you to know, and I can't emphasize this enough, that I have not reviewed any racial data. In contrast to the complications that are involved with race-based redistricting, political performance is really a pretty easy map to draw, and it's absolutely permissible as a basis for drawing electoral districts. And this map is drawn based on political performance. I have not looked at any race data. Now, regarding the district lines in HB 4, I will tell you that nearly every one of the 38 Texas congressional districts' boundaries are modified, but they are modified, for the most part, with a few exceptions, in very minor ways. The most significant changes affect 5 districts, and I do believe those districts, due to the changes, will now lean Republican in political performance. Those 5 districts that now will lean Republican in political performance are CD9 Houston, CD28 in the RGV, CD32 in Dallas, CD34 in coastal and South Texas, and CD35 in San Antonio. I'll be happy to go into detail on those districts later if anyone would like to. So I do believe that the map is legal. That's our first goal. I do believe it performs better for Republicans, which was the second goal. And the third one, which I mentioned didn't come up until we went through hearings, we started listening to people, is the issue of compactness. As I mentioned earlier, it was developed from these repeated comments in public testimony. In HB 4, which I believe we have made some significant improvements, the most improved district in terms of compactness is CD 35, and that's under both the REOC and the Paulsby-Popper measures of compactness, and those are formulas that are used in courtrooms across the United States to measure compactness. The most improved district under those measures is CD 35. The second most improved district would be CD 29. And also CD 9 is substantially improved under those measures. So in summary, I believe HB 4 meets the critically important goals of legality, of political performance for Republicans and of improved compactness. And that's why I believe it supports or it deserves and merits our support. I will make one final note. HB 4, in addition to those 3 goals, also has the added benefit of fixing a couple of concerns that were raised by our members and actually brought up in testimony from the El Paso area. Senator Blanco had mentioned concerns over Fort Bliss having been taken out in the previous map out of the CD16 in El Paso. There were also witnesses that testified when we had our West Texas focused hearing, witnesses from El Paso that brought that up as well. And so in response, Fort Bliss has been moved back, the critical part of it that they were concerned about, into CD16. And I'm glad we were able to help Senator Blanco and his constituents in that regard. Senator Hall had raised concerns about Navarro County being divided for the first time. And the House actually fixed that as it was going through their process. So I'm glad we were able to make a couple of accommodations there. And with that, again, I would move to suspend the regular order of business.
Senator Alvarado, what purpose?
To ask the author some questions.
Do you yield?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've had a lot of discussion about this bill in our hearings. Mr. Chairman, we've covered many topics on the floor, in committee hearings, so my questions today will be focused on the Houston districts and the changes to my home district, the current CD 29. The latest map, Plan C2333, shifts population in Baytown from CD 9 to CD 36, and then shifts nearby population in Baytown from CD 36 to CD 9. Why does the map shift 2 sets of population in the same city back and forth like that?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood your question. Could you walk me through that again?
Okay, so the plan, your plan, shifts the population in Baytown. Baytown is from CD 9 to CD 36, and then shifts some nearby population in Baytown from CD 36 to CD 9. So I'm just curious what the reason was for that shift.
Well, the best answer that I can provide you is in CD9, of course, because of the way it's drawn today, it is more compact on the standard measures for compactness, but also the changes that were made in the greater Houston area were made for the purpose of improving partisan performance. And as you know, CD9 should now perform as a Republican district.
Okay, because I know before y'all were talking about that district being a Latino Opportunity District.
I haven't ever talked about that.
The original plan, okay. The HCVAP population of CD9 after your amendment is just barely over 50% CVAP. Do you know
I'm sorry,
what
for
happened?
which district?
In CD9? So after your amendment, it's barely over 50%. You know what drove that or how that happened?
And you're referring to CVAP?
Yes.
Okay, of course, CVAP is citizen voting age population. CVAP is really not census data. This map is drawn, and the only way it can be legally drawn is on the 2020 census data. CVAP is an estimate that's done annually. It's considered very problematic for a lot of reasons. So typically in redistricting, it's not something that someone will want to rely on. But again, I haven't looked at any racial data, and I haven't looked at CVAP, and really, there's no reason to look at racial data or CVAP. The simplest, easiest way to draw a map for political performance is to look at election data, at voting data with regard to Republican and Democrat votes. And when you do that, there's simply no need to look at racial data, and you certainly don't, I don't think, want to look at something as unreliable as CVAP. So I haven't looked at CVAP, I couldn't tell you what it is, and I haven't looked at any racial data with regard to any of the districts in Texas.
I have a hard time believing that you or anybody that had anything to do with the drawing of the map did not look at racial numbers, demographics.
All I can tell you is, of course, I didn't draw the map. I adopted the House map as it came over and filed it. SB 4 had been filed as a companion to it, but I can tell you that our council have looked over it. Other council has looked over it. It is legal under all applicable law. And again, frankly, there is absolutely no reason to look at racial data when you're trying to improve political performance. The best measure of that is whether people have been voting Republican or Democrat. And if you want to draw a map and the goal is political performance, then that's what you look at. There's no reason to look at racial data. And frankly, I think in many cases it's problematic or illegal to do so.
Okay, let's move on to now we're kind of getting a little into the weeds, but this is about certain precincts. The map drawer, whoever that is, and we'll get to that in a bit, split election precinct 414 4 different times. That's a lot of fours, but precinct 414 was split 4 different times. What was the purpose of carving up that precinct?
You know, there's a dozen different ways you can draw when you get down to the minutia in a map, and I don't know why the House took that direction and their counsel in that. Again, when I looked at the House map, it met my 3 goals of it being legal, of it improving political performance, and advancing compactness, and so I am recommending that the map to the Senate today.
Okay. The map drawer, whoever he or she is, also split election precincts 533 and 386 in the same area. Do you have any idea what the purpose was for splitting those precincts?
No, my answer would be the same. When you get down to that nuance level, it would be the same as the previous one.
Okay. Let's talk about the origin of the map before changes to the C-2333. You said that you worked on the House map. I'm sorry, you said that you took the House map and filed it because it met your goals and had stalled in the House.
All right, so
you've stated what your goals were. What data did you look at to confirm that the House plan met your goals?
all right, so are you asking about, I mean, HB4 is the only thing before us today, and that's what you're referring to?
Yes.
All right. So I reviewed some of the political performance stats that were provided to me myself, I consulted with our legal counsel, and I mean, it's very clear as you review the map and you look at, and I can, you know, particularly those 5 districts, if you want, we can talk about how in the last election and previous elections that district would perform if it was drawn today. That's very easy information for anyone to get.
Okay, but in terms of drawing the map, you don't have any more details on how and why the map was drawn as it was because Rep. Hunter handled it on the floor?
So the predecessor to HB4, I guess, would have been HE4 from the prior session. The House made some changes, primarily in CD9, El Paso, CD16, and then in the Navarro area, I can't think what district number that is. I don't know I don't know exactly what they did, whether Ledge Council redrew that for the House. I don't know whether they had outside counsel do it. All I can tell you is that I found out about it Monday when everybody else did. I looked over it. I didn't object to the changes and went ahead and filed SB4 as its companion.
Okay.
But SB4 did not reflect those new changes, and that's why we adopted HB4 when it came over, because it had those new changes.
Okay. I want to now really focus on Houston, because that's where my district is, and the districts that are impacted most within my Senate district. Are you aware that the Latino population of Harris County is well over 2 million?
Not specifically.
Okay. And the total population of Harris County is roughly 4.7 million people. Were you aware of that?
Roughly, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the current CD 29, represented by Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia, is the only majority HCVAP district in Harris County under the 2021 map?
As I've said, I haven't looked at any racial data.
Well, I'm talking about the 2021 map, which all of y'all voted for.
I haven't looked at any of the racial data in the 2021 map.
And we're just, getting out of a very recent court case on those maps. What is the specific purpose of reducing the Hispanic citizen voting age population in CD 29 by 20 percentage points from 63% to 43%?
I'm not aware that there was any intent to do that.
Really?
As I said, I haven't looked at any racial data. I've just looked at political performance. So I don't have an answer to that.
Okay. By decreasing the HCVAP in CD 29 by that amount, 20 percentage points, it means that there's no longer a Hispanic opportunity district. Do you realize that?
I assume you're operating off the assumption that Republicans won't vote for an Hispanic, which I don't think is a reasonable assumption. But again, I haven't looked at any racial data for any of the districts, including CD9.
Can you explain how the DOJ letter, which incorrectly referred to Congressional District 29 as a coalition district, relates to the changes that we see in the current proposed CD 29?
I don't think it had any impact on it. I personally didn't pay any attention or give any attention to the DOJ letter. For one, it was not addressed to the Senate. It wasn't addressed to me. It wasn't addressed to the House. It wasn't addressed to the legislature. It was addressed to the governor, and it was addressed to the Attorney General. My understanding is the Attorney General filed a response to it in the El Paso trial court, a 3-judge panel. They've already made a ruling on that. I presume that the governor has made some response, although I'm not aware of it. But I didn't take the letter into consideration because it was not addressed to us. I haven't talked to anyone at the DOJ. I have not talked to anyone at the White House regarding this map.
Well, we talked a lot about that letter to the point that we did invite Ms. Harmeet Dillon to the hearing. We still did not get a response. Is that correct?
We sent an invitation that if she wished to testify, we invited her, and to date, I have not received any response.
In fact, some of us on the committee voted for a motion to subpoena Ms. Dillon. Is that correct?
There was a motion, I believe by you or Senator Miles, and it was voted down by the committee, but we did issue an invitation instead.
Okay. Well, I had a lot of issues with that letter. One is that she referred to CD 29 as a coalition district, and it's not. It never was created. It was created as a Latino opportunity district in the early 1990s. How does that relate to the changes that we see now in the current proposed CD 29?
I haven't tried to analyze the HB4 against that letter but I'm not aware of any correlation.
Okay. Can you explain the overall purpose behind the changes to Congressional District 29? For example, removing the Latino neighborhoods of Denver Harbor and Magnolia Park?
No, I can just tell you that the changes that were made for the primary purpose of producing a legal map and one that would perform better for Republicans.
Before undertaking these changes to CD 29, did you consider the district to be required or protected by the Voting Rights Act for Latino voters?
I had come to no conclusion about that.
Do you consider that this new version of CD 29 to be required under the Voting Rights Act?
I have no position on that.
Do you believe that this new version of CD 29 offers Latino voters the same opportunity to elect their preferred candidate when compared to the current CD 29?
Again, and I don't know any other way to say it, I have not looked at any racial data, so I don't have any answers to any questions involving racial data, racial voting performance, any of those type discussions.
The proposed plan pushes much of the former CD 29 into the new CD 9, my home, my house, bringing the HCVAP of CD 9 to barely over 50%. Correct?
Again, I don't know. I haven't looked at the CVAP.
Do you believe that a community that makes up almost half of a county's population should be able to elect their candidate of choice for Congress?
I hope that everybody has the opportunity to elect their candidate of choice. But with regard to CD9, I believe it is now going to be Republican leaning.
Do you believe that a community that makes up almost half of a county's population in a county that is big enough for 6 congressional districts is adequately represented by 1 seat?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you believe that a community that makes up almost half a county's population, meaning the Latino community, in a county that is big enough to hold 6 congressional districts is adequately represented by 1 seat?
I presume under one person, one vote, if they have the ideal number of 766 odd a number in population, that's at law adequately represented.
Okay. Isn't it true that in the pending case challenging the state's 2021 maps, Latino voters argued that the state violated the Voting Rights Act by failing to create a new Hispanic Opportunity District in Harris County?
You know, I haven't read all the pleadings. I've just generally kept up with that case.
Did you perform any analysis to determine if Latino voters in the new CD9 would be able to regularly elect their candidate of choice?
I instructed our council at every every map we have looked at to analyze it to make sure that it complies with all constitutional law and obviously with the Voting Rights Act as well. And I've been assured that this map meets all applicable legal requirements.
Why did you decide to move a large portion of the current CD 29 into this newly proposed CD 9?
I didn't make that decision. I decided to adopt the House bill that was passed out of the House as it's drawn because I believed it met the 3 goals that I had in mind and I believed was worthy to recommend to the body for adoption.
Is the new CD 29, which you've drawn in your proposed map, a coalition district?
I believe that CD9 meets all the current legal requirements, and
I'm asking about 29.
29? I believe that CD 29 meets all current legal requirements.
Mr. Chairman, that's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Senator Zaffirini, for what purpose?
To ask questions, Mr. President, but may I yield to Senator Menendez?
Yes?
Thank you.
Senator Menendez, what purpose?
Mr. President, to ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator King. Senator King, I heard your bill layout, and in your layout, I heard you say your opening phrase, "when I began this process." I was just curious, when did you begin this process? Because we had a redistricting committee during session, but I never heard anything about a redistricting of maps at all during session. So when did you come up with the thought or the idea of filing a new map?
When a couple of weeks or so before, maybe a week or so before the first special session, I got a call from the Lieutenant Governor asking if I would be willing to chair the redistricting committee.
Okay. So you mentioned that you believe in your heart that you believe this map is drawn race blind?
Yes.
Okay. And you've said that you have not looked at any race data with respect to this map, correct?
Correct.
So to that end, if I hear what you're telling me, the map then does it take any race data into account?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to watch any of the House proceedings or been present at any of the times that Chairman Hunter has spoken about the map?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Yes. Have you had any opportunity to watch any of the House proceedings or any of the times when Chairman Hunter has been describing the map?
Very little.
Very little. Okay, very good. Well, then you must be aware that each time Chairman Hunter has laid out the map, he has listed specific districts and the race population for those districts. So I'm not sure, were you aware of that? Were you able to watch that part of his delivery?
I've actually watched very little of the House hearings.
All right. So if you missed when Chairman Hunter listed the specific districts and the race population for those districts, to me, even though you've been adamant that you have not looked at race data, why is that? Why have you not, if Chairman Hunter's talked about race data, why have you not looked at race data?
Well, because it's problematic and confusing under the law, and it's very complex as to how such data applies in redistricting. It's very simple and very well established in law that you can draw maps on a partisan basis. And so we've looked at this from a partisan basis. It's my understanding that that's the basis from which it was drawn, and it performs in a manner that should improve, should be an improvement for Republican candidates.
When you say it's problematic with the law, which law are we referring to?
Well, there's a host of redistricting law. I've got, one little brief here that's just a summary of, we've had 30 years of cases, and I've gone through several redistricting cycles, and you have as well, and we have an ongoing trial in El Paso, and it's just a complex, very robust area of law.
Would any of those be the Voting Rights Act?
Voting Rights Act is always a consideration.
Very good. Does it concern you then that Chairman Hunter has focused so closely on the race data in his discussions of this very bill, House Bill 4?
I am only concerned with what's before the Senate and in my authorship or sponsorship of the bill.
So knowing that the Voting Rights Act can be, in your terms, your words, problematic, why does it not concern you that Chairman Hunter has been bringing up race when he's describing these districts?
I'm not aware whether he has or not, but from my perspective, why would I use racial data? Voting history is just much more accurate and is well established as a legal way to draw maps, a legal process upon which to base maps.
Okay. So you mentioned that you didn't draw this map, or these maps, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so then whoever drew these maps, do we know if they used any racial shading on the computer at any point? Are you aware of that?
So again, I don't know, I don't have any personal knowledge as to who drew the changes between HB 4 as it was introduced in this special session and HB 4 as it was passed out of the House, because there were some changes.
Correct. And I guess what I'm trying to find out is what analysis was made during the map drawing process to determine voter preferences, as you've mentioned, you mentioned the partisan preferences, but also by racial group. That's what I'm trying to figure out, what analysis was made.
All I can tell you is that I very specifically asked our legal counsel to run jingles and the other analyses that are used to determine if a map complies with the VRA, constitutional and other requirements. And I have been well assured that this map complies with the VRA in all respects, as well as all other applicable law.
So I appreciate that. So you're telling me that the legal counsel that did know who drew these maps, that you asked them run an analysis through the Voter Rights Act, through jingles, and tell me that they're legal. Did they tell you which districts race was taken into account to make sure that they're legal?
I was only presented with their conclusion, not any underlying data, whatever that may have involved.
Understood. So we know race was taken into account to make it legal. We know, I'm just curious, because you're confident that you believe that these districts were presented to you after having been analyzed. I'm curious, how was race taken into account in the drafting? Do you know how the race was taken into account?
All I can tell you is that every map I have looked at, and I haven't drawn a single map, I have in years past, but I have not had anything to do, I have not drawn any map during this process.
Okay.
What I have done is the maps that have been presented to me for consideration, before I even looked at them,
Right.
I turned them over to counsel and I said, take it, give it a good legal scrubbing, and bring me back your conclusions.
Okay. So the current existing congressional maps, the ones that were drawn in 2021, did you consider districts that were currently protected by the Voting Rights Act when this new map was drawn? Did you say, hey, these are protected, make sure they stay protected when the drawing of this map? Did you all ask that?
My instructions were that I would not bring a map before the committee, and certainly not before this body, until I was told that it was legal in all respects.
Do you believe that there's racially polarized voting in Texas?
I'm not sure I'm even qualified to comment on that. I'm familiar with some of the prior case determinations that have been made in previous years. I don't know what the state of voting is today. I just know that the map that is before us today is legal with regard to the VRA and other applicable law.
Did you do any analysis or review of whether voting is racially polarized in Texas before, during, or after the drawing of this map?
I have not personally done any analysis.
Okay. Do you know which districts in this new map, in the map that you've laid before us in this Plan C 2333, you know which districts are located in areas that have any polarized voting, racially polarized voting?
I think the map speaks for itself in terms of its geographic boundaries. I have not personally made any analysis that you've referenced. All I can tell you is that I have been assured that this map does not violate the VRA or any other applicable law.
What analysis of Latino voters' preferences were conducted before drafting any of the districts in this plan?
Well, I'm confident for each district there was a jingles type analysis. There are other things that are done, regression analysis and others. I'm not familiar with all of those. What I did, because I'm not an expert on either the statistician side or the legal side, was I hired a law firm, engaged a law firm that has decades of experience and that I could have a lot of confidence in. And I asked them to scrub each map I considered beforehand.
You mentioned they presented you a report, that they said that they presented you a report because you asked them to make sure to scrub it using jingles, Voters' Rights Act. Do you know what elections they looked at?
Not specifically. I just made sure that I have the highest confidence that they did a very thorough analysis.
Do you know what kind of election analysis they conducted?
Not specifically.
Last two questions. Which Latino majority districts in the 2021 maps, the ones we currently have today, do you consider to be protected under the Voter Rights Act?
I don't have an opinion on that.
You don't know which ones are currently protected so that you can make sure these are legal?
Again, I have intentionally not looked at any racial data. I've tried to just focus on political performance.
Okay. And since you believe that these maps that you have before us are legal, could you please name the districts in this new map that are required by the Federal Voting Rights Act? So if these are legal, which one of the districts in here are going to be required to be protected under the Voter Rights Act? Can you tell us which ones?
No.
So I'm sorry, this is my last question. You mentioned that this is a compact, improves compactness, right?
Yes.
And as I look at this, it strikes me as odd, and I wonder why, if you could tell me why. Almost all of it seems that many of the rural districts are somewhat uniformly in shape, but when you get to the urban districts of Bear and Tarrant and Dallas and Travis, they seem to be, and Harris for sure, they seem to be carved up. As you look at the colors, they look like a bowl of something you'd get at Chipotle or something. They're just, why is it that Travis has got districts that you said compact, but yet you go from Travis down to the coast to Aransas Pass? How is that compact?
Within the urban areas, it's generally a factor of population density.
Population density. And what?
Let me finish.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
It also gets into efforts to try to, where you can, hold communities of interest together. And of course, contiguity, every district has to continue, they can't be broken. But the other part of it is that, and our Senate districts are examples of that as well, but when you have to get, in this case, 766,000 people into 38 districts, and so many of our counties have only 5 or 10 or 20,000 in population, it is very common, in fact, it is unavoidable, that you just have to reach into urban areas, take population, and then reach out and pull in a bunch of rural and suburban counties to be able to balance out that one person, one vote. And that's why, and frankly, it's a lot easier to draw in a county like one of mine that has 4,000 people. It's very easy to draw that whole county into one district. It's much more complex when you have a dense urban area.
You've been a legislator for a long time, isn't that correct? Many years?
This I guess, is my 27th.
27 years. And so we've been through redistricting many times. You mentioned that, correct, right?
Yes, you and I both.
And isn't it true, because through all of the districting, that the overwhelming majority of racial minorities live in these same urban counties that you've cut up in little strips in this map? Isn't that true? I mean, it is true. I mean, it's just population. That's where they live.
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data, but I would just say off the top of my head, South Texas has a lot of rural areas that are heavily Hispanic in population. That's just common.
Right, but I was just asking about the urban counties that have been cut into little strips.
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data.
Thank you for answering my questions. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Senator Zaffirini,
Thank you, Mr. President.
for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author.
Do you yield?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. President. He's been waiting for these.
Pins and needles.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, Representative Hunter has claimed repeatedly that Senate District 9 and Senate District 35 in this new map are to be Hispanic majority districts. Is that your understanding?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Thank you. And you have said it is your belief that the Hispanic population in Texas supports Republicans. Is that correct?
I think I'm sorry, I'm not sure how you're phrasing that. Are you asking me if do I believe that Hispanic citizens will vote for Republicans? Yes, I do.
That you have said that, yes, thank you. Are you aware that data scientists can calculate the preferred candidates for racial groups in precise areas, and this is called a racially polarized voting, or RPV analysis?
I'm generally familiar with that concept.
Thank you. You said in committee that you were unaware of anyone had performed a racial polarization analysis of your map. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Do you know if the map drawers were provided the reams of RPV analysis offered in the El Paso trial in May and June of this year?
And let me qualify that last answer, if I could, a little bit,
Certainly.
please. Again, as I said earlier, I'm not a redistricting expert, and I'm not on the law or on the statistical side. I employed a law firm as counsel that has decades of experience, and my direction to them was look at this map, take whatever analysis steps are necessary, and let me know if it complies with all applicable parts of the law, and also will it perform the way I hope it will politically. And they brought those conclusions back to me. So I don't know the specific steps they took, but I'm very confident that they took all necessary steps to make those determinations.
Thank you. Do you know if those map drawers were provided the reams of RPV analysis offered in the El Paso trial in May and June?
I have not been told that they were short of any data that they required to make their analysis.
Did you look at any of those data?
No.
Have the map drawers or anyone else, as far as you know, done an RPV analysis of any mapping proposal filed during these two special sessions? Not during the trial, but during these two special sessions.
Has my legal counsel?
No. Have the map drawers or anyone else, including your legal counsel, done an RPV analysis of the mapping proposal?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
Thank you. Are you aware that a majority of the Hispanic population that your map includes in CD 9 and CD 35 prefers Democrats in elections?
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data, but I can tell you the way the districts are drawn, specifically CD 9, it should perform competitively for Republicans.
Thank you. Have you seen the data analysis performed by some data scientists at UCLA on your map? My staff provided yours with a copy of it.
No, I haven't.
Thank you. For example, in your new CD9, 61.99% of the Hispanic population voted for Harris for president. Were you aware of that?
No.
For example, in your CD35, 64.73% of the Hispanic population also voted for Harris for president. Were you aware of that?
No.
Thank you. Based on the map data, you can clearly see that these two districts will elect Republicans, and the only race or ethnic group in these districts that support Republicans are white, non-Hispanic voters. Regarding specifically Central Texas, what is the specific purpose of creating Senate Congressional District 35, representative by Greg Casar, with an Hispanic citizen voting age population of 51.6%?
I can't speak to the minority representation, but the purpose in drawing the district as it is was to improve political performance for the Texas congressional delegations.
Did you create Congressional District 35 with an Hispanic citizen voting age population of 51.6% to comply with the Voting Rights Act?
I haven't looked at CVAP.
Thank you. What role did the metric of Hispanic citizen voting age population play in the creation of this new version of CD 35?
All I can tell you is that the map meets all legal requirements under the VRA and should perform better for Republicans.
Thank you. What is the overall purpose in the changes to CD 35, such as specifically removing from it Southeast Austin and nearby I-35 corridor cities such as Kyle and Buda?
Again, there's always a dozen ways to draw districts, particularly if you're doing them from a political performance perspective. I assume that that was done either to improve that political performance or possibly to round out population or possibly to hold communities of interest together.
Well, before undertaking those changes to CD 35, did you consider the district to be required or protected by the Voting Rights Act for Hispanic voters?
I don't have an opinion on that.
Do you believe that Hispanic voters can elect their preferred candidate to Congress in this newly drawn CD 35?
You'll give me just a second.
Have all day.
Trying to double check something, if I may.
Certainly.
I guess all I can tell you is I believe that CD 35, as drawn in HB 4 that's before us today, will lean Republican.
Thank you. Do you consider this newly drawn CD 35 to be a replacement for the current CD 35 under the Voting Rights Act?
You know, actually the numbers that designate CDs are kind of irrelevant. I used to be in a House district and then we did redistricting and I didn't move and nothing changed and I just had a new number. And so I'm not sure that one number, I think the boundaries are what matter, not the numbers.
Thank you. Are you aware, Senator King, that there are historic Black and Hispanic neighborhoods in East Austin?
Yes.
Are you aware that there are also deeply rooted and rapidly growing Hispanic communities in nearby Hays County?
I know we have rapidly expanding Hispanic communities across Texas.
Thank you. In your proposed map, these communities have been moved from CD 35 with the City of Austin to the newly drawn CD 27, which stretches through sparsely populated rural counties like Austin and Wharton, all the way to the coast, 170 miles away, through Matagorda and down to part of Nueces County. Is that correct?
Of course, the map kind of speaks for itself and what the geography is of that district, but again, we have in our current map and in probably every redistricting map ever drawn in Texas history, we have very vast districts because we have very dispersed population.
So then what was the purpose, Senator King, in this proposed map of moving these communities in East Austin and Hays County from nearby Austin into the communities with Port Aransas 200 miles away? Specifically, what was that purpose?
Well, it could have been a number of things. Again, all I have looked at is to make sure the map is legal, which of course does take into consideration communities of interest and other traditional redistricting criteria. But you can draw a map in many ways. And I'm not sure I follow. Are you suggesting that moving those communities out of one district into another somehow in some way violated some aspect of redistricting law?
Could you explain to us how the dramatic changes in Congressional District 35 would impact specifically the Hispanic population? And 35, of course, is represented by Greg Casar.
I haven't looked at any racial data, so I wouldn't have that information. I can tell you that that district will lean Republican in voting performance.
Thank you. The communities in East Austin that are now connected with Port Aransas used to be in CD 35, is that correct?
I'll take your word for that. I don't have the old map in front of me.
Thank you. Instead of including these communities along the I-35 corridor, the proposed CD 35 extends east into Karnes County, is that correct?
Yes.
So what was the purpose of replacing these communities in East Austin with communities in Wilson and Karnes County?
The purpose was to draw a map that was legal under all applicable law and that performed better for Republicans and that created or improved compactness in some districts.
And how were these decisions made, Senator King?
Again, I've adopted HB 4, which is before us today. I wasn't there participating in the map drawing process. What I can tell you today, though, is that this map is legal. It performs better for Republicans. It improves compactness. And it is, I believe, a good map for the Senate to vote out.
Thank you. Did you or the map drawer at any time perform an analysis to determine if Hispanic voters in the current CD 35 were able to elect a candidate of their choice in most elections?
I'm confident that our council reviewed all appropriate data and made all appropriate analysis to make sure that the map would be legal in all respects.
Did you or the map drawer perform any analysis to determine if Hispanic voters in the current CD 28 were able to elect a candidate of their choice in most elections?
Again, it would be the same answer.
Thank you. The ultimate result of your changes in Central Texas is to pair Greg Casar with Lloyd Doggett in a majority Anglo district. Is that correct?
The objective was to create more or better performing districts from a Republican perspective.
But it's correct that the ultimate result is to pair those two, correct?
Well, pairing's kind of a relative concept. It's different in House and Senate maps, but in congressional maps, since you don't have to live in the district you run in, pairing's not really I think, a valid definition, concern, issue.
And that is true, but their residences are now in the same district, correct?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. Pertaining to Congressional District 28 in South Texas, what is the purpose of increasing the Hispanic citizen voting age population in Congressional District 28 by 18 percentage points in the newly drawn map?
I'm not aware that it was. I haven't looked at any racial data.
Thank you. Can you explain the overall purpose behind the changes to Congressional District 28?
All the changes that were made in the map were made to ensure that it was legal, that it would improve Republican performance, and hopefully improve compactness.
Thank you. In your opinion, could Hispanic voters elect their preferred candidate to Congress in the newly drawn Congressional District 28?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
In your opinion, could Hispanic voters in District 28 elect their preferred candidate to Congress in this newly drawn map?
I really don't have an opinion about that. I believe that every voter in the state of Texas will have the opportunity to cast their vote for the candidate in their district.
Now, at the risk of getting a little too personal, why would you separate Webb County, which includes my hometown, Laredo, from Bexar County, with which we have an historic relationship and wonderful community of interest, and attach it instead to Hidalgo County, home of the city of McAllen, when everyone in the area knows that the city of Laredo and the city of McAllen have a competitive relationship?
There was nothing personal about it.
Thank you. But do you know why it was done?
Again, it was done for the objectives of increasing political performance for Republican candidates and nothing else.
Thank you. Again, continuing in South Texas, specifically Congressional District 15, under the current plan, all of Karnes County, which is in my senatorial district, is in Congressional District 15. Is that correct?
I'm not looking at the map, but I certainly take your word for it.
Thank you. And your proposed plan replaces Karnes County with all of DeWitt and Lavaca counties. Is that correct?
If the map says what it says, yes.
Thank you. Are you aware, Senator King, that Karnes County is 52.6% Hispanic according to the 2020 census, whereas DeWitt County is 34.8% and Lavaca County is 19.4% Hispanic?
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data.
Thank you. What was the purpose of taking a more heavily Latino county out of Congressional District 15 and putting it in a less heavily Hispanic county?
The purpose of all the district changes, the intent of all district changes, were to make sure that we had a legal map, one that performed better for Republicans and hopefully improved compactness in some districts.
Thank you. Did the DOJ letter in any way refer to South Texas regarding the redistricting need?
Well, it pointed out 4 districts, or 5, I can't recall. It's been a while since I've read it.
Thank you. Senator King, is there any question you expected me to ask that I failed to do?
I think you were very thorough.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President and members.
Senator Hinojosa, for what purpose?
Well, Senator King, yield for questions.
Do you yield?
Yes, certainly.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator King, I tried to not repeat questions, but as you know, some of the questions would overlap with previous questions. Regarding the 2021 redistricting map, that's Plan C-2193, you have stated that the map was drawn to protect incumbents and that race was not a factor. So is the 2021 redistricting map legal? Is it constitutional?
You're referring to the 2021 map that's
Correct.
the map for Texas today? My understanding at the time I voted for it was that it was a legal map.
Do you think it's legal and constitutional now?
As far as I know.
Okay. On July 7th, the Department of Justice sent a letter to Governor Abbott and Attorney General Paxton stating that 4 congressional districts in the 2021 map, that's Congressional District 9, 18, 29, and 33, were unconstitutional racial gerrymandering. Do you agree with the DOJ's conclusion in the letter?
No, I believed at the time I voted for the map that it was a legal map. And again, I really didn't take the DOJ's letter into consideration.
But you have read the letter, have you not?
Oh, yes.
So do you agree with the conclusion stated in the DOJ letter?
There was nothing in the letter that compelled me to believe that its conclusions were accurate.
Over the last 4 years, the state has argued in court that the 2021 map did not draw minority coalition districts to address racial disparities because it draws race blind. In other words, race was not considered at all. Do you agree with the DOJ conclusion that minority coalition districts violate the Voting Rights Act of 1965?
My understanding of the current map we have today, and my understanding of it at the time I voted for it, was that it was a legal map under all applicable law, and I would assume it remains so today.
So you don't think that coalition districts are unconstitutional, do you?
Well, of course, we've had a new court case that dealt with that, but again, with regard to the map that's before us today, I believe that it is, I believe from competent sources that it is legal in all respects.
But by your answers, I assume and conclude that you do believe that coalition districts as drawn in 2021 are constitutional.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I believe that the map that I voted for in 2021 I had confidence in it from the testimony I heard and the people that were authoring it and sponsoring it, that it was legal in all respects.
Okay, that would, well, would it be yes, you think it's constitutional to have coalition districts?
You know, I really respectfully don't want to get into discussions. I know we just had a recent case on that out of the Fifth Circuit. I really don't want to get into the nuances of redistricting law. I probably generally understand it the way you generally understand it. I did this map that's before us today is not based on coalition districts, and I believe it is legal in all respects.
Well, my questions were on the 2021 map, but let me ask you about House Bill 4. How many minority coalition districts does Texas have under the 2021 map?
Under the 2021 map?
Correct.
Again, in terms of relevance, we're not on the 2021 map. We're on CD4, respectfully, that's before us today.
Well, it does change some of the coalition districts in the 2021 map, and I think it's very important and relevant to House Bill 4 as drawn. Let me just, would you agree there were 9 coalition districts on the 2021 map? Congressional District 7, 9, 18, 22, 27, 30, 32, and 33, and 35. Are you familiar with that?
You know, I just intentionally drawing coalition districts requires looking at racial data. I haven't looked at any racial data with regard to this map. I know that the Petaway decision said that Section 2 does not recognize coalition districts. Beyond that, I think those are more discussions for the courtroom.
Well, question is, under House Bill 4, did you leave any minority coalition districts in the map?
Again, to answer that, I would have had to look at racial data, and I have not looked at any racial data.
Well, do you think that the DOJ letter of July 7th did research and looked at racial data to make and come to the conclusion that coalition districts are made up by 2 or more minority groups, were unconstitutional?
I have no personal knowledge of any of the underlying data that went into the DOJ's conclusions.
Well, common sense, how would you find out what the racial makeup was without doing research and targeting those districts?
My understanding, if you're going to determine if something's a coalition district, you have to take into consideration racial data. So my presumption would be that that the DOJ letter had some underlying data that they were looking at. Whether they properly assessed it or not, I don't know. I don't know anything more about the letter than what you know about it from reading it on its face value.
Well, do you think it was an error or a mistake or just by coincidence that the congressional districts named by the DOJ letter were all altered under House Bill 4?
I can just tell you that my analysis and my support, rather, of HB 4 does not in any way take into account the DOJ letter.
So are you saying that it's a coincidence that House Bill 4 actually targets the same 4 congressional districts that were named in the DOJ letter?
I don't have any opinion on that at all. I can just tell you that to my knowledge, it was not taken into consideration.
There are 3 white Democrats in Texas congressional delegation and 10 minority Democrats. Yet 4 out of the 5 incumbents targeted for elimination in this map, House Bill 4, are minorities. Why did this map only seek to eliminate seats held by minority Democrat members?
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data. I have no idea who might run for office as a candidate, and I have no idea who may be elected. These are, in fact, frankly, these are going to be very competitive. These 5 districts are going to be very competitive.
So do you think, well, you said you didn't draw the map, correct?
That's correct. I did not physically draw the map.
So you just picked up a map drawn from somebody.
The map was drawn by somebody, that's correct.
And that somebody could have taken racial data into consideration in drawing House Bill 4.
All I can tell you is that I don't really have any personal knowledge of the inner workings that went into who participated in drawing the maps. I mean, I know some of the people that are involved in it, but I don't know the interworkings, what they did, how they did it. All I know is that when I saw the House bill that was filed, I asked our counsel to review it. They have assured me that it meets all legal requirements and that it will also perform better politically for Republican candidates, and that's why I'm supporting it.
Well, I know you're familiar with House Bill 4 and the 2021 map. We have, under present law, 9 coalition districts, 1 minority majority out of the 9. Your map, House Bill 4, eliminates 5 of those congressional districts and reduces that to 4. Are you aware of that?
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data.
Well, I think it's important to at least look to make sure, as you said, that this House Bill 4 is in compliance with the Voting Rights Act and the 14th Amendment of the United States Constitution. Don't you think so?
Absolutely, and that's why I made sure that we had a hard time actually finding the right counsel that I could have a lot of confidence in, and I have a very high level of confidence in their conclusion.
And then I just on the, seems like this House Bill 4 came about because of the DOJ letter who relies on the Petaway versus Galveston County decision by the Fifth Circuit. In that letter, it really misinterprets the decision. And nowhere in that decision does it say that we need to do away with coalition districts. Does it?
So my general understanding of Petaway is that the Fifth Circuit held that Section 2 doesn't apply to coalition districts. But to analyze that and determine that, you have to look at racial data, and I have not looked at any racial data.
Well, would you agree that the decision was really a narrow decision based on coalition districts not being able to claim dilution under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
Would you agree that the decision by the Fifth Circuit in Getaway versus Galveston was narrow in scope, in that the decision that was made only talked about coalition districts could not file a claim of dilution under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act?
I'm just generally familiar with the case, so I don't have a specific opinion.
So you're not familiar with the case itself?
I'm sorry?
You're not familiar with the case itself?
No, I am familiar with it, but I'm not prepared to go into the detail that you're speaking of.
Okay. Let's talk about communities of interest. Would you agree that the traditional districting principles that have historically been considered in drawing legislative districts have included compactness, contiguity, and the preservation of political subdivisions and communities of common interest? Would you agree with that?
Those are some of the elements of traditional redistricting criteria, yes.
And under your proposed map, Plan C2333, House Bill 4, are communities of common interest considered and protected?
You know, I think communities of interest is kind of in the eye of the beholder. It certainly can be cities, it can be counties, it can be historic neighborhoods, it can be school districts, but of course, none of those align with one another. but it can also be economic regions, it can be port authority areas, it can be TxDOT regions, it can be river basins, water basins, it can be suburban, urban, rural. Communities of interest is really a term of art. It can apply to a lot of things.
Well, in Hidalgo County, you split the county in half. You split McAllen under Congressional District 28 and Congressional District 15. You separate Edinburgh and McAllen, put the whole west side of the Hidalgo County in Congressional District 28, yet you split the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley and put it in Congressional District 34. Those are communities of interest. On top of that, the Far San Juan Alamo School District, which is one school district, is split in half. How do you justify that?
Well, a school district itself is not a singular criteria for determining a community of interest, but I would ask, what's the population of the county?
Hidalgo County probably is close to 1 million people.
Okay. So, I'm not excited that Parker County is split. It didn't used to be, but that's just, when you're trying to draw 766,000 odd-numbered people into 38 districts across a vast state like Texas, counties are going to get split, and school districts are going to get split, cities, counties. It is unavoidable, and granted, there are different ways to draw a district, but this map was drawn for the purpose of being legal, performing better for Republicans, and I believe it does that. And I know that there's some people happy. I know Senator Hall's really happy that Navarro is no longer split. I understood that he was upset that it was split to begin with, but that's just unavoidable. Somebody is going to be divided. Wherever you are, there are going to be divided communities in redistricting.
And probably being divided to protect political interest.
Political interest is a valid consideration when drawing maps.
Including when race is taken into consideration?
I'm sorry?
Including when race is taken into consideration?
Again, I haven't looked at any racial data, and I didn't take race into consideration when trying to decide whether to support this map.
And Nueces County, you also split the county between Congressional District 34 and Congressional District 27. You have the Hillcrest black community, historical black community, with a long history in Corpus Christi, one of the main common roots of Corpus Christi and in Nueces County. You have that up, down, all the way up to South Austin. What do they have in common with South Austin?
Again, I don't have specifics as to that district, but neighborhoods, everyone in those neighborhoods will still get to vote. Again, communities of interest are always in the eye of the beholder, and whether someone lives on one side of the street and votes in one CD and on the other side of the street, somewhere lines are going to be made, and when you are making them for the purpose of trying to avoid any racial inequities or anything that you're doing, anything you do is going to create lines. And I don't have specific knowledge of that one, but I will also say that that neighborhoods under the current map, under any map we've ever drawn, neighborhoods are divided, school districts are divided, cities are divided. It just occurs. Communities of interest are an element of redistricting criteria, but they are not the only element. And I don't like the way some of my district is divided as well. I can tell you that I did not take any racial data into consideration in drawing this map, and to my knowledge, no one else did.
Well, you also divide the port of Corpus Christi, which is #1 in the nation in exporting crude oil, from Texas A&M University, where they work very close together for purposes of increasing their economic impact on Nueces County. In addition to that, the refineries, which are very strong economic drivers in Nueces County. You even split the refineries. Half are in Congressional District 28, the other half are in Congressional District 27. I'm sorry, Congressional District 34. Part is in Congressional District 34, and then the other part of the refineries are in Congressional District 27, Congressman McLeod.
But I understand, but refineries don't vote. Hospitals don't vote. Other buildings don't vote. People vote. And
The
it's
families that
difficult
work,
to see how dividing a refinery should be considered.
the workers that work there and the families vote. The people who have jobs there vote. Well, let me ask you on the Voting Rights Act. What districts in the 2021 map do you view as protected under the Voting Rights Act?
I don't have an opinion on that. I didn't look at any racial data with regard to this map.
Under the proposed map, House Bill 4, what districts were drawn in response to court orders?
Again, I don't know how many, please, I don't mean this directed at you in any way at all. And your questions are very valid, and I appreciate them. But I have not taken any racial data into consideration with regard to this map. I have requested and a determination, and believe that determination to be correct, that this map is legal, and that's what matters to me first and foremost. I wanted it to perform better for Republicans. I believe it does. And I also believe it improves some compactness in a couple of districts. And that's why I'm supporting the bill that's before us today.
Senator King, you previously stated during your layout for this, actually what used to be Senate Bill 4, now House Bill 4 with some changes, that you have consulted with your legal counsel and that you were absolutely confident that House Bill 4 complies with all applicable laws. Did your legal counsel testify before the redistricting committee?
No, they did not.
Did the lawyers express their opinion to you only? Did the lawyers express their legal opinion to you only whether or not House Bill 4 was constitutional and in compliance with the Voting Rights Act?
I don't know actually who all they've expressed that to. They have expressed it to me.
They have not expressed that to you?
No, I said, I don't know who all they have told that to, that they believe the map is legal in all applicable law, but they have told that to me.
But again, those lawyers have not testified or informed the redistricting committee that this map is in compliance with the Voting Rights Act and the United States Constitution.
No, that is my testimony today as to the conclusions that have been brought to me.
Thank you, Senator King, for answering my question.
Thank you, Senator.
Members, we are going to stand at ease for 10 minutes till 12 o'clock. Then we'll come back to Senator Johnson when we reconvene. Senator Johnson, followed by Senator Cook, and that's who I have remaining to ask questions. So with that, members, Senate stands at ease till 12 o'clock. Senate will come to order. Senator Johnson, for what purpose?
To ask questions of the author, Mr. President.
Do you yield, Senator King?
Yes.
You recognize Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator King, I'm glad you got a break because you deserve a rest because there's a lot more questions to come, not all for me, fortunately. Senator King, are you familiar in the context of the Voting Rights Act with the concept of racially polarized voting?
Generally.
And I know you've said that you're not here to argue a case as a lawyer, but you do recognize that that's part of the Voting Rights Act and that these maps will be subject to scrutiny under the Voting Rights Act in the courts in all probability, yes?
I'm generally familiar with the concept, yes.
And as to the rest of my question, you're also probably generally familiar that maps of this nature are challenged in court, yes?
Redistricting maps are always challenged in court.
I'll go with always. I was going to say routinely, but you're probably right. As I understand it, in the redistricting trial that recently concluded in El Paso, Texas, there was evidence that the Attorney General's office, the Attorney General of Texas, has a system of analyzing racially polarized voting. Are you aware of that?
I don't have any personal knowledge.
Have you ever heard that?
No.
So you don't know, obviously, whether the Attorney General's system, if it exists, of analyzing racially polarized voting was employed in these maps.
I know that we did not rely upon any counsel or seek any counsel from the Attorney General's office with regard to HB 4.
To be clear, then, you're saying that the Texas State Attorney General's office was not at all involved, not at all consulted in the drawing of the maps that are before us today?
Not that I'm aware of. I can tell you that they did not give me any independent legal counsel.
Okay. You've said multiple times, and I think probably justifiably with some frustration, that you did not consider race in the drawing of these maps, correct?
Correct.
And that question's come up a few times, so I won't ask it. Doesn't the Voting Rights Act require consideration of race at some level?
Well, the Voting Rights Act, I think, protects every district in Texas. It applies to every district in Texas. And I mean, obviously, since it prohibits any discrimination of minority groups in the voting process, in the electoral process, then yes, it would have to be considered in doing a legal analysis.
Thank you. And my understanding of the Voting Rights Act, like yours, is not advanced. But what I do understand is that when it considers racial discrimination, it looks both at discriminatory intent and, in the absence of intent, a discriminatory effect. Is that also your understanding of the Voting Rights Act requirements?
That's my general understanding, that intent and effect have been discussed and considered in case law over the years.
And so if these maps were drawn with no regard to race, solely, as I believe you've stated here and has been stated in the House, solely with the intent to elevate Republican partisan performance in elections, and there was no consideration of race, is there a possibility that there's going to be a legal consequence for failure to consider race in the context of maps that are going to be subject to scrutiny under the Voting Rights Act, because historically they've come into existence under the Voting Rights Act?
It's hard to answer a hypothetical. I can just tell you that, and I know I've said it before, and please forgive me if I sound repetitive, but before I considered this map, I asked that it be reviewed by counsel in which I had a high level of confidence to make sure that it was legal in all regards. And I was assured that it was, and that of course included all aspects of compliance with the Voting Rights Act.
So legally okay under the Voting Rights Act could take us into the gray area of the concept of a coalition district. Are you familiar with the term coalition district?
Yes, I generally am.
And what is your understanding of a coalition district? And I know we're not law professors here, but it matters.
Well, generally, it refers to two groups voting as a single class.
Groups, put in other words, with politically cohesive interests. Would you, fair statement?
It's probably generally correct.
And historically, the legal context in which the concept of coalition districts has arisen is when two or more typically non-white, referred to as minority groups, are politically cohesive, and together they constitute a single political voice. And yet, there may be a group of typically white voters who have a different political direction, and the coalition district would serve to enable the two or more racial groups which comprise that group to elect candidates of their choice, where absent the coalition district, they would otherwise not. Does that sound like a fair characterization of whether or not it was the future of the law? It at least has been the law up to this point.
I would say that's probably a generally good statement, but again, I'm not a redistricting attorney. All I can tell you is that I'm confident that every district in this map complies with the VRA and complies in light of Petaway.
And a group of attorneys have said that to you, and you trust their judgment?
Correct.
Is it your understanding, based on conversation with those attorneys or anybody else, or just your own idea, that so long as in drawing the maps you look only at partisan political performance, race is irrelevant?
I'm not sure that race is ever irrelevant because the VRA is never irrelevant. And the VRA is designed to protect different voting groups. But I believe that it's well established under law that maps can be drawn for the purpose of political preference, political performance, and frankly, it's personal experience, or my understanding is, as well, that it's really very easy to draw a map when all you're looking at is political performance.
Is it your intention, and the intention of this bill, to, through a series of judicial appeals, eliminate the concept of coalition districts from the law?
I don't have any intent at all with regard to coalition districts from one perspective or another. My only intent is to make sure that this map complies, that it currently complies with all law.
You stated earlier that at least one of the districts under the new maps is more compact. Is it also more politically cohesive?
I haven't looked at any racial data.
Is it more politically cohesive?
How are you defining politically cohesive?
Where racial groups, or where actually really just the constituents of that district, vote the same way, where the minority groups in that district vote the same way, as opposed to a different way.
I haven't looked at that because I haven't looked at any racial data.
Okay. Last segment here. In North Texas, where I'm from and where Senator West is from.
And I'm actually from there too, so.
And where you're from, Senator King, I apologize. Of course. Between Tarrant County and Dallas County, do you have any reason to doubt the statistics that I've obtained that say that those two counties have increased in population by 547,000 people in the last 4 or 5 years.
That certainly sounds right, particularly Tarrant County.
What I've also been told is that 90,000 Anglos moved out of those two counties. And any reason to dispute that?
No, I wouldn't know either way.
They're just numbers. We're both going off them. I have reason to trust them. But if 90,000 Anglos left and 547,000 people came in, and at least 500,000 of them were non-Anglo, I'll represent to you that that's the case. Would we expect there to be more or fewer districts that consisted of a majority-minority voters?
So my understanding is that you can only draw a redistricting map off of the preceding decennial census data. And so this map is drawn not off estimates of years since 2020, but it is drawn directly off of the 2020 census data.
I just want to understand what you just said, that if you're drawing maps mid-decennial, much as I detest it, you can't use current data? You have to use the decennial data when you're conceiving of the maps?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Even if the effect is to shift the proportion of representation for a smaller ethnic group in favor of a ethnic group that is shrinking and in the disfavor of an ethnic group that is expanding.
I can only speak with reference to this map, but it is my understanding that this map completely complies with the VRA and all other applicable law, and I presume that would be obviously with regard to discriminatory intent and effect that you mentioned.
Okay, thank you for this dialogue.
Thank you.
Senator Cook, for what purpose?
To ask the author some questions.
Do you yield, Senator King?
Yes.
You recognize Senator Cook.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Okay, you know, this is my first redistricting process, so I hope you'll bear with me on some of these. But I think it's been pretty clearly established, would you agree, that you did not draw the map? Do you know who drew the map?
So HB4, as it came out of the House, HB4 that's before us, I don't have any personal knowledge as to who physically drew the map, no.
Do you know who knows who drew the map?
I'm assuming it was a product of the House author and their counsel.
But you haven't actually had a conversation with him about that, or you have?
I haven't talked to him about that.
Okay. So you can't name people who gave instructions for crafting boundaries or any lines specifically?
No.
Okay. So when did you first see this draft map?
I guess it was Monday when it was laid out in the House committee, if I have my days right.
So you saw it the same time everybody else in committee saw it, and it was when the messenger handed it to you in committee?
Yes.
Did anyone on your staff or anything see it before then?
They saw it the same time I did.
Then how did your legal counsel get it to scrub it?
We notified them to go online, take it off the web, pull it down from the website and look at it.
And how did you know what the number was and all of that?
Well, actually, I want to correct that. That's not correct. We found out about it because the House counsel called our counsel and said there's a new map coming out, and then they contacted my chief of staff, and that was Monday.
Okay. So House Counsel reaches out to your council, says, go pull the map, but you guys never even knew what the map number was until it landed on your desk in committee hearing.
No,
Okay. Nobody that's paid by you.
no.
Okay. It's kind of wild to me, I'll be honest. Didn't know that's how it works. And I think you've said multiple times, like this is, or you're establishing, right, the DOJ letter did not impact you in any way.
No, none at all.
Okay. And are you aware, like had your legal counsel seen the DOJ letter?
Yes,
Have y'all had any conversations about it or anything that?
yes.
Okay. Okay. Let me ask you, because I'm so curious about this too. Which city in Texas is the most racially diverse city?
I don't know, actually.
You don't know which
If I
city?
was going to guess, without having looked at racial data, just having lived in Texas, I would guess it's probably Houston.
Yes, and it's very famously the most racially diverse city in the United States. So, and you've served on, this last session was economic development, criminal justice, education, transportation, right?
Yes.
Have you ever like polled in your own races at all or seen ever any statewide polling in your political career?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Did any of those polls have racial crosstabs?
Not that I recall.
You paid for polling without racial crosstabs?
Well, I'm sure they did, but to be honest, I never really dig into the polling. I usually just go over the conclusions with the pollster.
Usually that includes racial data. As a part of your service on the education committee, I'm sure you probably had to process a lot of data about independent school districts and who's on lunch, who's not, racial makeups of those. Is that probably accurate?
Well, this is my first time to ever, I guess second time to ever serve on education, but yes, they do talk about poverty levels and who's on school lunch and things of that nature. But most of the funding formula stuff, though, is really, finance is so much involved in that.
And I bet on criminal justice, you probably have to process a lot of jail data for different counties and have a pretty bird's eye statewide view of some stuff. And I imagine racial demographics probably comes up in a lot of those discussions. I've seen it come up in those discussions, right?
Not as much as you would think.
Okay. And you knew, without flipping through a book or anything, that Houston is the most racially diverse city in the state.
Yes, I've heard the statements of, and I don't remember the numbers, but it's an amazing number of different languages that are spoken, some of the school districts and things like that.
It's an amazing place. So I guess I'm just trying to understand, maybe you didn't sit down with Red Apple and click on racial demographic data, but is it fair to say, with all of the information and access you have, your view of the state, your tenure as an elected official, that you might have some semblance of some common sense racial data in the state?
I have common sense, yes, I guess. I have common sense data, but I have not drilled into racial data with regard to redistricting.
How many hours of testimony did y'all hear? I tuned in for most of everything, but how many hours of testimony did it come out to for the Senate hearings for redistricting?
That's a good question. I can tell you that when we did the South, I actually don't know the number of hours. I can tell you, for example, that when we did South and Central Texas, which also included Bexar County and Travis County, and the RGV, we had 112 people registered to testify, 48 testified. We had 778 click into live stream and view it. I can go through that type of data, but I'd actually have to ask my staff. I can't remember how many hours we were in.
Hours and hours, though.
Yeah, but it was long hearings, yes.
Yeah, we had hundreds of people show up.
Can't get through, like in that day, that hearing, 48, testifying without it taking some time.
Did any of those commenters mention any racial data? Were there demographers? Did racial data come up in those hearings?
At a couple of the hearings, like NAACP or some of the other interest groups who testified, and some of the congressional members who testified, gave reference to, I wouldn't call it racial data as much as general statements with regarding to communities and of interest and groups of interest.
Okay. I just have a really hard time understanding how there's no regard to race at all when we heard hours and hours and hours of testimony, a lot of it focusing on race. You're very aware of some of the racial demographics of the state, even just from a top of your mind kind of place.
Well, but
so can you really say?
You got to understand, if someone stands up, as we've heard testimony today, and someone will refer to a protected district, well, every district is protected by the VRA. And if you had someone testify from maybe Malda for Malk, and obviously they're speaking some of the same that some of the other questions have been today. Are you aware that the Hispanic population has increased X amount in Texas or X amount in South Texas? And yes, obviously we heard things like that, and those are very general statements. But as far as drilling into the racial data to the extent that you would have to draw a map based upon racial criteria, I haven't looked at any of that.
And does your office have access to demographers and that sort of thing if you?
Well, I know Red Apple has that, but I haven't cranked up Red Apple myself throughout this whole process.
And we don't know who did for this.
Well, I understand there's another program out there that most people are using now, other than Red Apple, but I know there are programs that people have access to that incorporate all types of data, and I guess anybody drawing a map could review that and use that, but I didn't.
Okay. Okay, I'm kind of just trying to figure out how this DOJ letter fits in. My district's been highly concerned about it, as you can imagine. Are you aware of any additional DOJ communications to the state of Texas through the governor's office, AG's office, or otherwise regarding the unlawfulness or the claimed unlawfulness of the current congressional map?
You know, all I know is that with regard to the DOJ letter, I know that the Attorney General filed a direct response to it with the author of the letter, disagreeing with the findings in the letter. I know that the Attorney General's litigation team in the 3-judge federal panel, I know that they filed a response with the court, and I believe the court issued a response. I think there had been a response filed by the plaintiffs, if I remember, that asked for testimony to be reopened and some things of that nature in response to the letter. The AG's office filed a response to that motion. My understanding is that the court denied the motion to reopen at this time. The governor, I guess, responded. I'm not aware of any direct response by him. It wasn't addressed to the legislature. I really haven't given it any consideration. At the request of the Democrat caucus chair, and we did issue an invitation, and I think Senator Miles and Hinojosa as well, we did offer an invitation to the author of that letter to come and address the committee, but we have not had any response to that letter.
And are you aware if the DOJ has threatened any enforcement proceeding or action since the initial letter to Governor Abbott?
Not to my knowledge.
Do you know who decided that there should be changes made from the committee? I know you kind of talked about this, but I just want to ask it directly. Do you know who decided that there should be changes made from the committee version of this bill?
Say that one more time.
Or the changes, I guess, to the committee substitute?
So do I know, make sure I understand the question correctly. Do I know whose decision it was to make the changes in HB 4 that was originally filed in the House committee in this special session, the changes that were made when they laid it out in committee, the main changes being 16, 9, and Navarro County? I don't know whose idea that was.
Do you know who, anyone who proposed any changes throughout this process? Do you know anybody who had input? I know we don't know who drew it. You don't know who made those changes. Are you aware of anyone who participated?
I don't have
in those.
I don't know the mechanics of how all that came together. I presume that their legal counsel for the House was heavily involved in that, but I haven't talked to them and I haven't asked that question.
Okay. Have you had any communication with Hunter at all, with Representative Hunter?
Not about those changes, no. I don't think we've talked since then. I called him the weekend before just to say, when are you having a hearing, and what are the plans, just kind of make sure we were coordinating things. And he didn't mention anything in that call about any changes, and I want to say that was the Saturday before the Monday that they laid it out. Mm-hmm. And we have not spoken since then.
Okay. And then you just adopted the same map. You did not have any hand in?
No, before I agreed to anything, because we had filed the companion as SB4. And before I agreed to pick that up as the modified version, I again asked our lawyers to look it over, and before I even looked at it, and make sure it was in compliance and still performed from a partisan perspective.
Right. When did you find out that Hunter was making changes, or that changes were going to happen?
I found out Monday. I found out Monday.
When the public found out too, in committee?
Yes, as far as I know.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit before it was laid out. I think it was before the committee hearing. I don't remember what time they had the committee hearing, but wow, maybe early afternoon, Monday, something like that.
And have you consulted with the Speaker, the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, or AG at any point during these special sessions about the map, the legislative process for considering them, or the characteristics of the maps?
Speaker, no. The Governor, no. Lieutenant Governor, yes, about the process.
Okay. And just about the process, those were not conversations about the characteristics of the maps at all?
Well, we haven't sat down and gone over a map, but he's in his role as the President of the Senate and my role as a committee chair that he appointed to that position, we've had the same type of reaction that I would characterize as normal and standard between the Lieutenant Governor and any committee chair on issues that are prominent at the time.
Okay, and in your opinion, is this typically how this goes? You've been through a few of these, or?
Yeah, this seems like a very typical redistricting process to me, yeah.
Okay.
I was through it I guess first one was 2001, and then 2003, and then another, and then we've had a series of them, both interim and decennial census since then, so this seems pretty normal.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for answering my questions.
Thank you.
Motion. Motion in writing. Mr. President, pursuant to Senate Rule 7.12A, the printing rule, I move that the Senate order HB 4 not printed. Motion by King.
Members, is there objection? Hearing and seeing none. Members, there is objection. Secretary will call the roll.
Would you say, Madam Secretary, would you read that motion again?
Madam Secretary, please read the motion again for Senator Gutierrez. Madam Secretary, read the motion again.
Mr. President, motion in writing, Mr. President. Pursuant to Senate Rule 7.12A, the printing rule, I move that the Senate order HB 4 not printed. Motion by King.
Senator Gutierrez, state your inquiry.
I apologize. Mr. President, parliamentary inquiry. Mr. President, how many votes do we need to suspend the rules?
To order the bill not printed is a 5/9 threshold.
I'll ask for strict enforcement, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Oh. Betancourt. Birdwell. Blanco. Campbell. Cook. Creighton. Eckhart. Flores. Gutierrez. Hagenbu. Hall. Hinojosa Nueces, Hinojosa Hidalgo. Huffman. Hughes. Johnson. King. Colcourse. Menendez. Middleton. Middleton. Miles. Nichols. Parker. Perry. Schwertner. Sparks. West. Oh, yeah, that's right. We've got Alvarado. Alvarado. Middleton. Middleton. Perry. Perry, Alvarado,
Hold, Senator. Continue the vote, Senator, Secretary.
Alvarado,
Members, there being 16 ayes and 10 nays, the motion is adopted. Senator Gutierrez, for your parliamentary motion. Or parliamentary inquiry. You need to go to the microphone to place it on the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Was it 5/9 of members present?
That is the standard, and then it passed 16 to 10.
Can someone do the fraction on that? I didn't do so well in math. 16.6, and so we had 16. So 16.6 is the actual number. I wonder, do we need 17, Mr. President?
26 members.
Well, 16.6 sure as hell isn't 16.
There are 26 members voting. 5/9 equals 15. 16 votes were cast in favor. Therefore, it passes the 5/9 threshold.
I would just say, Senator, I would refer you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator, I would refer you to the Green Book, Senator, that gives you the thresholds.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome, Senator. Okay. Members will continue with questions on the bill. Senator West, for what purpose?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Questions of the author?
Do you yield, Senator King?
I do.
You recognize Senator West.
Senator King.
Senator West.
How are you doing today, sir?
Very good.
You know, before I get into questions, I just want to talk a little bit about your background. Correct me if I'm wrong about this. You are an attorney.
Yes,
You've served as Justice of the Peace.
I did.
You are a former police officer.
Yes, sir.
And you were a police officer for how long?
I was with Fort Worth full-time for about 15 years.
And you achieved the rank of, you achieved the rank of what at the police department?
Captain.
Captain. And just as importantly, you spent a significant part of your time in the African-American community of Fort Worth, is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do in that community, sir?
Well, in the sense of, I kind of grew up next door to that area.
Right, and you had?
I went to Eastern, if you know the area, I went to Eastern Hills High School, grew up in Handley. First house Terry and I bought when we married was in Handley.
But would it be a fair statement to say, sir, that you are very familiar with the African-American community?
You know, I'm sure there's a tremendous amount about the African-American community that I do not know.
Okay, would it be a fair statement to say that you know about the African-American community then?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
Would it be a fair statement to say that you know some things about the African-American community?
Well, I know I have friends, good friends that are African-American.
So it would be a fair statement then. So it would be a fair statement then, right?
I don't know what your measuring stick is there.
Well, I'm just saying, is it a fair statement that you know something about the African-American community? That's a yes or no answer.
The best answer I can give you is I do my best to represent my district. I do not know everything about the African-American community.
You've already said that.
But I was,
some things about that.
I served as a police officer in that district almost all those years.
Did you ever go to any of the churches in the African-American community?
Interacted with a lot of pastors. I had African-Americans in churches I attended.
Did you ever go to any churches in the African-American community that you represented as a police officer? Well, hold on. How do you find communities of interest?
I think it's a very broad term that is really in the eye of the beholder. I think it can be everything from a economic district to a transportation district to a water district to a old historic community to a church group, for that matter.
For purposes of redistricting, how do you define communities of interest?
Well, I think I just did in part. It can also be school districts and counties and cities and portions of cities. It can be a river basin district. We've talked a lot about the flood areas this time. Those flood regions can be a community of interest.
Would you agree with me that there can be rural communities of interest and urban communities of interest?
And suburban.
I'm sorry?
And suburban.
And suburban. So you would agree with me then?
Yes.
Now, are urban communities of interest the same as rural communities of interest?
Well, I would say that they have overlapping interests, but they may not be identical.
Would you agree with me that urban communities of interest have little or no real commonality with the rural communities of interest?
No, not at all.
All right. Let's talk about this legislature. Let's talk about health care. Would you agree with me that over the years that you've been here as a part of this body, that we've had issues with having rural hospitals, funding rural hospitals?
Yes, that is a continual concern.
And that's a rural issue, is it not?
It is one rural issue, yes.
Okay, we're going to get down to others too. Okay, but that is a rural interest.
It can be in some areas, for sure.
I mean, in the state of Texas, it is an issue that we've grappled with here in this legislative body, correct?
It is in some rural areas, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so we're talking about healthcare as a community of interest matter. Okay, so as it relates to having hospitals in urban areas, do we have the same issue in terms of funding hospitals or closing of hospitals in rural area, in urban areas that they have in rural areas?
Well, I guess you'd have to define urban area. I had one close in Bridgeport in the downtown area a few years ago.
Let me be more specific then. In Congressional District 33, as it's right now composed, do we have any urban hospitals in Congressional District 33?
I do not know the answer to that.
Do you represent Fort Worth?
I represent parts of Fort Worth.
Do you represent the Stop 6 area?
I do have Stop 6.
Do you represent John Peter Smith Hospital?
I do.
Where's John Peter Smith Hospital located?
1500 South Main.
What congressional district?
I think that's going to be, okay, let me think through it. It's Ramon Romero's House District. It's my Senate District. And it it's probably was Kay Granger's, I think. So it would probably be Senate District 12 on our current map. Now Craig Goldman, I guess.
So you said it's congressional district?
I think so. It's right on the border there, but I think it's in 12.
Is that in a rural or urban area?
Oh, that's an urban area.
Has that hospital been faced with being shut down?
Well, it's a county hospital, so I don't think it's ever going to be shut down, but it does have, always has financial struggles. Now, I guess it was St. Joe's that's right across the street from
I'm not talking about St. Joe's. I'm talking about
let me finish.
John Peter Smith.
I am, but I'm just saying it was, if I recall correctly, St. Joe's, which I think is 1400 South Main, that did close some years ago.
So let me go back to John Peter Smith. John Peter Smith has not had the same issues of closing down that rural communities have, hospitals have. Isn't that correct?
It has not closed down, that is correct.
Okay. So continuing with the communities of interest, and I'm not going to go too far down this road, as it relates to schools, do we have the same issues in rural communities without schools as we have in our urban communities? And if so, what are they?
What are some of the same issues?
Yes.
Well, the same issues are making sure that you have a good quality of education, dealing with the curriculums, the funding formulas, the security is a common issue, attracting teachers, retaining staff, training of teachers, disciplinary actions within the schools. Those are all.
You hit the nail on the head, okay? You hit the nail on the head because I wanted to focus specifically on teachers. Now, you've been here several sessions. Has there not been a determination by this body that rural communities were having problems getting teachers in their communities? Has there not been a problem with that?
More so, I would say that they've had difficulty paying their teachers at a competitive wage.
That's exactly right, and that's why they've been having problems attracting teachers to rural communities. Did we not, as a legislative body, in the Finance Committee, the Education Committee, say that we needed to do something for rural communities in order for them to be able to attract and pay teachers? Did we not make a difference between teachers in urban communities and rural communities?
So I don't believe we framed it as rural and urban. We framed it as small districts and large districts.
Okay.
And the pay incentive differential was based on the size of the district.
Okay, then
student body population.
Let's go down that rabbit trail. Would you agree with me that the smaller districts are, for the most part in the state of Texas, located in rural communities?
Well, a lot of them are, yes, absolutely.
That the majority
like
of them are.
Crowley and, well, some of the ones in my district are just barely, yes, as a general rule, that is a correct statement.
Thank you very much. So that's a difference between communities, urban communities and rural communities. That's another difference. And I can go on and on down there, but you didn't take into consideration communities of interest and the differences between them in approving this map or getting the committee to approve the map for our consideration, did you?
I would say that as a traditional redistricting criteria, that this bill does not violate any legal standards with regard to any criteria that would be, I'm not saying that very well, let me start over.
No, you're not. Start over on that
Okay,
one.
let me say it over. So I'll go back to what I have taken into consideration for this map is that number one, it be legal. Number two, it perform better politically, and that it enhance compactness.
So that's the answer to my question about you taking into consideration communities of interest? If it is, it is. I just want to make sure it's on the record.
I think communities of interest, again, are in the eye of the beholder. And I think that you've named a few, but I think that it is only one of many considerations that are used to support a redistricting map.
Okay, so the answer to my question is you took into consideration communities of interest?
Generally, yes.
Generally?
Yes, I mean, I think one of the things we've done in this is tried to do what Senator Blanco had asked for and move Fort Bliss, which had traditionally been in CD 16 because it's an economic part of the city of El Paso, more so than San Antonio, and we moved it into its historic community of interest, which is the El Paso area. And we did the same thing in trying to recombine Navarro County, which was split for Senator Hall. So yes, I would say it has been of consideration.
And those are the two areas that it was considered. Is that correct?
Off the top of my head, yes.
Let's talk about Congressional District 33 as it currently exists. Who's the congressperson there right now?
Hey, just a second, let me get out my...
Is that Mark Vesey?
Mark Vesey, yes.
Okay. How long has Mark Vesey been the congressperson there?
Oh, I'd say at least maybe 12, 14 years.
Somewhere off in the neighborhood, I think so. And that's been an African-American performing district, has it not?
I haven't looked at the racial data for that district.
Okay, but he's been there. Okay, so it could be a coalition district where African-Americans and Latinos have voted for him. It could be a district where African-Americans, Asians, Anglos, and Hispanics voted for him, correct? You wouldn't know, because you hadn't taken into consideration race for any purpose in drafting this map. Is that correct?
Well, generally, yes, I have not taken racial data into consideration in drawing the map. I do know in District 33, there is a large African-American community. There is a significant Hispanic community. There's a significant white community. I mean, I grew up in that community. I know that from that. I served as a police officer there. I was the commander of the police division over there, so I'm familiar with it. But I went to church there for a long time and got my hair cut there until my barber died a few years ago.
And I'm well aware.
But all that said,
you know I'm well aware of that haircut.
all that said, I have not looked at racial data with regard to Congressional District 33 or any other districts in the state of Texas.
All right, very good. You know who this guy is right here?
Yes, I do.
Who was that?
Was it Sidney Allen Johnston?
Right. Do you know whether he was a slave owner?
I'm somewhat familiar with Civil War history, yes.
Do you know whether or not he was a proponent of slavery?
It's my understanding that he was.
Okay, so is there discrimination in the state of Texas?
I think there's discrimination of all types everywhere in the world, and certainly in the United States.
So there
I think
is
we've made tremendous improvements in that, from my opinion.
All right, so, and I don't disagree with you there, the latter part, but you do agree that there's still discrimination in the state of Texas?
Sure, there is, of many types.
Okay, so is there discrimination against ethnic minorities in the state of Texas? Come on.
Well, look, I think there's ethnic discrimination. I think there's religious discrimination. We are fallen people.
I'm only talking about ethnic minority discrimination.
I am highly confident. You watch TV just as I do. You have people you know that are prejudiced just like I do. But I do not believe that is predominant
in the state of Texas. All right, let me ask this question. Are there issues that come to the legislative body, listen to this very closely, that minority legislators bring to this body and ask for support because we believe that it's in the best interest of our community? Are you familiar with any legislation that comes to the floor or to committees?
I believe we all bring unique backgrounds to the floor experientially.
Okay.
And we exercise those, and we try to do it in the best interest of our constituency and of Texas.
So the answer to my question is, all of us bring those types of issues to this body? Is that what you said? That's the response, correct? I'm just trying to understand what your answer is, sir, that's all.
My response was that all of us bring different backgrounds and interests to this body. I think we all try to do the right thing. I think we all, I believe we all in this room are appalled at any level of racial, any level of ethnic, any level of religious prejudice.
So if indeed there's a track record of ethnic minorities in this body, the Senate, jointly bringing legislation to the floor that specifically impact communities that they represent that may very well be predominantly African American or Latino, that legislation is not given a hearing or voted down, is that an indication of discrimination?
You're going to have to be more specific. That's very much a hypothetical.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the hypothetical on the table right now, okay? But let's talk about case law that you considered, if any. It's my understanding that you depended upon a map. Well, let me back up. It's my understanding, based on the arguments that have been made or the debate that's been had, is that you looked at legality, you looked at compactness, and what other factor did you look at?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
In terms of bringing this map to the floor, you took into consideration about 3 criteria: legality, compactness, and what else?
Partisan performance.
All right. Let's talk about that for a little bit. It would be a fair statement to say that the predominant factor that you took into consideration is partisan participation. That be fair? That was the dominant factor that you considered in?
No, the primary,
okay.
The top consideration was that the map comply with the VRA and that it be legal in all other applicable regards. And then the secondary goal was to try to make it perform better for Republican congressional candidates.
That was the secondary goal. Okay. Now, you're telling the court, because this is going to court, that you made certain that you didn't look at specifically whether or not this was legal. You relied upon map drawers in order to tell you that. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Well, tell us what you did to make sure it was legal.
Can I finish the whole answer?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Some years back, I had to have some very sophisticated real estate work done. I'm an attorney, but I'm not a real estate attorney. So I went and hired, and unfortunately paid him a lot of money, to a very good real estate attorney. I probably should have gone to you, but I went to a very good real estate attorney. I am not a redistricting attorney, but my number one objective was to make sure that we passed a map that was legal. So we did a nationwide search and tried to find a firm that had substantial redistricting experience. We did, Baker Hosteller. They have decades of experience in it, great references. And after interviewing them, along with other firms, I hired them because I believed it was a firm in which I could have confidence that if they studied this, they did the proper analysis, that they could bring a conclusion to me of whether or not any map I was considering met legal standards, legal requirements. I have asked them to scrub HB4, that's before us today, and they have told me that in their opinion, in which I have a complete confidence, that it meets all legal requirements. And that's what I'm basing my conclusion on, that this is a legal map.
So you're basing it on a legal opinion, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had legal opinions?
Because I'm not qualified to make an opinion.
Can I finish? Thank you. And you would agree with me that all legal opinions aren't correct. You would agree with that, would you not?
Yes, there are legal opinions made that are not correct.
All right, thank you. Now, what's circumstantial evidence? What does that mean?
You know, I'm sorry, Senator, I'm just not going to get into a debate with you on legal terms and definitions.
Okay, fine. But you know what circumstantial evidence is?
Yes.
Okay, now, isn't it strange that the Department of Justice letter addressed to the governor, the Attorney General. It was on July the 7th, 2025. And then we have a special session where the governor, is one of the items that he puts on the call is redistricting. Do you find that to be just a matter of coincidence? Strange?
The coincidence being that the governor put redistricting on the call after having received a letter?
Right.
I haven't had any conversations with the governor. I don't know what his motivation was. I don't know if he had decided to do that before or after he received the letter. I just know that he placed redistricting on the call.
Okay. Isn't it strange that Donald Trump asked for 11,000? No, that wasn't. He asked for 5 additional seats, Republican seats, here in the state of Texas before the letter went out. Isn't that strange? And then the letter goes out, this letter, and then our governor puts on the redistricting on the special session call, redistricting. You don't find that to be a coincidence?
I don't find it to be relevant to HB4 that's before us today.
I didn't ask you whether or not it was relevant. I just asked you whether you thought it was a coincidence.
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You have no opinion, in other words, correct? All right.
Well, my opinion wouldn't matter.
It matters to me. So, since it matters to me, what is your opinion?
I don't have an opinion.
You just said you had one. But anyway, we'll go on. When you look at some of the case law, and you said you're not getting into the case law. I understand that. But let me ask you, we talked about discriminatory effects. Tell us whether or not there was any analysis by the top-notch lawyers as it relates to discriminatory effects of this particular map.
My instructions to them were that they be exceptionally thorough in scrubbing this map to determine if it in any way violated law. Obviously, discriminatory impact effect are part, the VRA is there to protect against such things, right? And I am very confident that they did a very thorough analysis, and their report to me, and I have confidence in that analysis, is that this map complies with all applicable law.
And the fact of the matter is that you hired them as an attorney, is that correct?
Sorry?
You hired them as attorneys?
Yes, because I'm not qualified to make those determinations.
Sure, so any conversations between you and them would be privileged, correct?
Yes.
So they wouldn't be able to testify in terms of what they actually did in terms of developing these maps, correct?
That's probably correct, yes.
That's probably correct?
Well, under a general rule of privilege, yes, it would be.
So then the reality is that you're assuming that they did a discriminatory effect analysis, correct?
I'm confident that they did all analysis as necessary as extremely experienced redistricting attorneys to decide if this map meets legal requirements.
Let me ask you this question. You're familiar with the Texas Legislative Council's guidance and redistricting rules, are you not?
It's been a while since I've read that publication, but yes.
You consider the Texas Legislative Council to be an authority on redistricting?
Not particularly.
Why?
Well, I'm not saying they have a lot of functions. I say they have a working knowledge of it. They obviously put out that publication. They help draw amendments for parties. They help draw maps for members. Whether they're an expert or not, I don't know.
Have you ever utilized their services?
Yes, I've had them draw amendments in the past, and
you've had them also help you draw maps, is that correct?
Not in a long time.
No. I'm not in a long, all right, define long time.
20 years.
It's been 20 years since you've utilized their services.
Well, since I actually sat down and said, I would like, I'm not actually sure I've ever had them draw a map, because when I was filing a bill that was a full map before, I had used somebody independent to help me. And then we submitted that to Ledge Council, and they did whatever they do to get it in the right digital form.
Are you aware of any instance where the legislature has deviated from the Texas Legislative Council's guidance during the redistricting cycle?
Say that again.
Are you aware of any instances where the legislature deviated from the Texas Legislative Council's guidance during the redistricting cycle? Are you aware?
Not specifically, not that I can recall.
Do you agree that the rules and legal landscape for this special redistricting cycle were different from previous cycles?
No.
Do not agree. So if there's evidence that there is some differences, you have no knowledge of what those differences are, correct?
And I'm sorry, Senator, I'm not trying to resist. I'm just not sure I really understand your question. So do I think there's been differences? Can you say that again?
Use, and I'm sorry, it may very well have been the way that I asked the question. Let me just ask the 4 or 5 questions. You know about the Texas Legislative Council to be an authority on redistricting. Your answer to that question is?
I believe they are. I believe they have attorneys over there that have a working knowledge of redistricting.
Do you believe their guidance should be followed during the redistricting process?
I don't think we're under any obligation to follow their guidance.
I didn't say whether, do you believe it should be followed? No is the answer to that question?
I do not have any attorney-client relationship with them. Personally, I only follow legal advice of someone I have an attorney-client relationship with.
So again, the answer to the question would be no. Are you aware of any instances where the legislature has deviated from the Texas Legislative Council's guidance during the redistricting cycle? You're not aware of it?
I have no knowledge either way.
Okay. And do you agree that the rules and legal landscape for this special redistricting cycle were different from previous cycles to the extent that in previous cycles we utilized the council?
I don't have any knowledge of that either way.
But to the extent that we utilized them in previous councils, previous redistricting cycles, it would be different. Because
again, I just have no personal knowledge of that.
Okay, but to the extent, comma, okay, we utilized them in previous redistricting cycles, you didn't utilize them this time around, correct?
I know they had to take this map at some point and put it into Ledge Council format and drafting the bill off of that. But if that's what you're referring to, that's, to my knowledge, that's the only input they've had, at least with me, in this process.
Okay. Now, a few more questions. You didn't consider race. Secondarily, you wanted to make certain that Republicans got an additional advantage in the state of Texas, regardless of the impact that it had on other communities. Now,
I haven't said that, I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't say that, I'm saying that.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that most ethnic minorities in the state of Texas voted for Kamala Harris for President of the United States?
I don't know if that's, I just don't have any, you're asking me in a setting like this to give answers that I have knowledge that I can back up. From an anecdotal statement, I suppose that's true. I'm sure I've heard that in the media and other places, but I haven't looked at who people voted for relative to their race.
Okay, that's fine, okay. But to the extent that I've looked at it, and others have looked at it, you would not be surprised that most ethnic minorities in the state of Texas voted for Kamala Harris as the President of the United States and voted for Trump as President of the United States. Obviously, those are the only two choices they had.
If you say that's correct, I'll take your word.
All right, thank you. Would you also agree with me that when you begin to look at the secondary aspect of your goals in terms of getting more Republican seats, that those persons in the districts that are in this DOJ letter and others have been cracked out of their districts and communities of interest into Republican districts? Did you know that?
I have specifically asked my legal counsel if anything in HB 4 was the product of packing or cracking a minority district, and I have been told that it is not.
Okay, so if for some reason, so you've been told that, have you looked at it?
I have not.
Okay, so if you hadn't looked at it, then you're telling us that you have depended 100% on what people have told you, as opposed to listening to what they've said and then going back and verifying yourself. I think it was Ronald Reagan says, trust but verify. You didn't verify that?
Just like you, I am not qualified to make a jingles analysis.
I didn't ask you whether you was qualified to make a jingles analysis.
It's exactly what you asked me.
No. Let's not get off on that.
Don't put words in my mouth.
I'm not trying to. I'm just asking you to answer the question. Did you go back and verify?
I have the highest level of confidence in the council that we've engaged. And I also am aware that the House counsel, who have extreme experience in redistricting, they came to the same conclusion.
Let me ask the question one more time. Did you go back and verify anything that your high-dollar lawyers told you about the legality of this map, specifically whether or not minority communities were cracked?
Neither I or you or anybody in this room is qualified to do the type of analysis that it takes to determine packing or cracking relative to a redistricting map.
How do you know that? That we're not qualified?
Because I know all of you. Nothing personal, but I mean, it takes a lot of experience, statistical and legal background in that, and unless I'm wrong, none of us have that.
Sure. And how many redistricting chairmanships, both the House and the Senate, have you occupied?
One in the House and one in the Senate.
How many redistricting committees have you been on in both the House and the Senate?
Well, I guess, I don't know, 2 or 3 times in the House.
2 or 3 times?
Yeah, I kept getting busted when we'd have different speakers, but so I guess 2 times in the House, and then this turn in the Senate.
So you have working knowledge of the concepts of redistricting.
The concepts, yes.
But you have no working knowledge of how the concepts actually should be applied.
I don't have the expertise to do a jingles and similar type analysis.
Let me go back. So you have no expertise and you did not do any analysis on packing and cracking, correct? You depended upon the opinion that you received or opinions that you received, correct?
I relied upon the expert opinion of my counsel.
So therefore, if their opinion is wrong, then as it relates to cracking and packing, this map should fail, should it not?
If their opinion was wrong, I know there's going to be lawsuits filed, they're already being filed, then that's a process that they're going to go through in court to determine, but I have the highest confidence level that this map is legal. I don't know what else to say about it. I've asked and answered this so many times.
Oh, okay, well, you go several more times, okay. Because again, this is
it's going to be the same answer.
You know, that's fine, and it can be. I don't have a problem with that, but just like you have a right to sit up here and defend your map, I got a right to ask you questions about it because it impacts my community. In fact, I asked you about this man right here, a slave owner. Since the Civil War, African Americans have been able to work with different persons in the legislative body to get, and the courts, in order to get 4 African American representatives in Congress. What your map does is it reduces it to 2. That's what it does. I call that retrogression. That's what it does. And then when you begin to look at communities that have been discussed by Senator Zaffirini, Senator Hinojosa, and others, we say we have developed other Latino districts, which is a force. Because just as you said, that's kind of based on CVAP. That's what you said. And that is the least liable numbers to rely upon. So you put Hispanics in a position where a Republican can run in that particular district and win. You take away 2 African American districts, one in Houston and one in your county, Dallas County. And you take, your consultants, take away population in congressional 33 and put it in rural communities where they have no common interests at all. And for some reason, you can't see that. I thought specifically you'd see it in Tarrant County. There's no way in the world that people, hopefully one day it will be, there's no way in the world that people in 33, and I'm not in Tarrant County, a little bit, but not a lot. But when you look at 33, you've now taken 33 and frankly put people in different rural counties into that new district. And you're telling us that you didn't even look at it. You relied upon your consultants to tell you it was just okay. My friend, it's not just okay. Because again, African Americans finally got 4 congressional seats of people in Congress that vote on issues that's important to them and the state of Texas. They're losing 2 persons to do that now. And you may very well sit up and say that if this map stands, the new congresspersons whose districts they'll be in, representing less than 10% of their interests, will make certain that their issues as a community of interest are taken care of. But when you do an analysis of potential congresspersons that would represent them and look at their voting record, you'll see that that is not the case. But again, it's a legislative body, and we have to go through this. A couple of more questions. Voting blocks. What voting blocks do we have here in the state of Texas?
I'm sorry?
Voting blocks. Part of the jingle analysis is voting blocks, is it not?
I couldn't walk you through all the things that go into a jingle analysis. I can tell you, I can walk through what the court has said is involved in that, but I don't know the specifics.
So you're not familiar with what the definition is of a voting block? Come on now.
I'm trying to avoid getting into a detailed discussion about things that I don't have a lot of detailed knowledge in. I know what a census tract is. I don't exactly know how they're set up. I know what a voting precinct is. I understand generally how those are arranged, voting blocks, but I don't want to talk to you about things I don't have detailed knowledge about.
So you don't know anything about what a voting block is,
Well,
correct?
tell me what you mean when you say
No. I'm not going to tell you. I'm asking you to tell me. Do you know what a voting block is?
Well, I may if you'll tell me how you're defining it.
Let me ask you this. As it relates to precincts, should precincts be split as a part of this redistricting process if it results in cracking of districts?
You should never crack or pack districts.
So the answer to your question is that precincts, if indeed it results in cracking, that's an undesirable way to do redistricting, correct?
Well, precincts are split all over this state. It is unavoidable. Sometimes it simply just has to be done for rounding to get to your one person, one vote target.
If you saw an overwhelming of cracking in a particular district, would you find that to be suspect of cracking?
But HB 4 before us today does not do that.
And you're saying that based on what? What someone else told you?
Based on the expert council
So what someone
that
else
I'm
told
relying
you?
upon, and that I'm very confident if this goes to court, that will be proven to be true in court.
So it's based on what someone else told you, not based on verifying yourself.
Well, almost everything we do here is based on us relying on an expert in a field, whether that's telecommunications or electricity or real estate matters, whatever it is. We always find experts that we trust in and we rely upon them, and that's what I've done here, just like you've done on probably hundreds of bills that you've carried over the years.
So based on what someone else told you, not based on your personal verification. Thank you very much, sir.
Senator Miles, for what purpose?
Questions to the author?
Do you yield, Senator King?
Of course.
You recognize Senator Miles.
Thank you. Senator King, let me share this with you before I get started. I can't tell you how extremely poetically and politically painful it is to see you standing there in front of Barbara Jordan while we discuss Senate Bill 4 or House Bill 4. Senator King, I disagree with the first thing that you said when you got on the floor this morning, that this is not a courtroom. Because it is a courtroom. It's the people's courtroom. It's where they send us to pass policy, make laws, to protect the citizens of Texas. As my colleagues always say, this is Texas, and we're here to protect Texans. Unless for the last 27 years, it was black Texans or Hispanic Texans trying to vote. Senator King, you and I have been doing this now for almost a month. I don't think I have to explain where I stand, and I don't think I have to ask you where you stand, Senator King. This is it. there's no more committee hearings. It's just you and I out in the open, on the open floor, letting it all out for the people of Texas and the nation to see and hear. But I do have some questions that I don't think were adequately answered in committees, plus a few more that I think will shed some light on the whole rigged districting situation. So I would appreciate it if you would bear with me, Senator King. Senator King, are you aware that Harris County has the largest black population of any county in America?
You have told me that, yes.
Well, let me give you some more information. According to the 2020 census data, which you claim was used for these maps, Harris County has a black population of 900,000. That population by itself is larger than the population of Wyoming, Vermont, Alaska, and North Dakota. Fort Bend, which is part of Harris County, which is right outside Harris County, but part of what we call Houston-Harris County, Fort Bend, has a black population of 170,000. Together, the black population with Harris by itself is larger than the population of 6 states in this country, colleagues. 6 states in this country. Seeing that this is the largest population, how does your plan affect the black communities of Harris County and Fort Bend County, Senator King?
Well, as I've said before, I did not take racial data into consideration with regard to this map. I can tell you that the greater Houston area will perform with regard to CD9 better politically for a Republican candidate. I do not know who's going to run for office in any of the districts, and I can't project whether they would win or lose.
And I'm glad you mentioned CD9. From what it looks like, this proposed map takes what is currently CD9, represented by the great Congressman Al Green, and pushes it further up into Harris County, Mr. Chairman, combining it with a large part of CD18. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, and it also extends it over into Liberty County.
Mr. Chairman, did you perform any analysis to determine if under the current enacted plan, black voters could elect their preferred candidate in current CD18?
I have not personally performed such an analysis.
Mr. Chairman, did you perform any analysis to determine if under the current enacted plan, black voters could elect their preferred candidate in the current CD9?
I haven't looked at any racial data with regard to this map.
Mr. Chairman, did you perform any racial polarizing voting analysis in Harris County whatsoever?
The analysis that was done by our council would have taken into consideration such matters when determining whether this was a legal map or not. It would have followed jingles and other standard analyses and processes for determining compliance with the VRA and other applicable law.
So should I take that as a yes or a no, Mr. Chairman?
I can just tell you that a complete legal scrub was done and that I've been assured that this map complies fully with the VRA and other applicable law.
So should I take that as a yes or a no, Mr. Chairman?
Well, I'm not sure how to frame your question, but that's the best answer I can give to it.
Did you perform any racial polarizing voting analysis in Harris County whatsoever, Mr. Chairman?
I did not personally do so.
So should I take that as a yes or a no, Mr. Chairman?
You can take it as a yes that I did not personally do so.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, regarding CD9, it was widely known that Congressman Al Green had repeatedly filed articles of impeachment against President Trump and is loudly critical of him and his administration. Was the dismantling of CD9 retribution for Congressman Green's fighting for civil rights for his constituents?
No, of course not.
Of course not. Mr. Chairman, why did you decide to draw Congressman Green out of his current district then and combine him with CD 18, and how was that decided?
I actually don't know how the final decision was made in that. I had made the decision to wait and see what the House produced. When they produced HB 4 in its prior and current form, I reviewed it. It met with the goals that I had set for legislation. And I was also assured that it was legal in all regard. And so, but as to how the initial decision was actually made to configure Harris County the way it is today, I wasn't a part of those discussions.
So the fact that Congressman Green had filed impeachment against President Trump multiple times and was very critical and vocal about his administration had nothing to do with Congressman Green's district being drawn out. Is that what you're telling me today?
I have never heard anyone say that it did, and it certainly did not with me.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we have talked about the big picture, you and I, for long enough. Let's focus specifically on CD 9 and 18, both of which are in my district in Harris County and Senate District 13. What was your primary reason for reforming CD 18?
Well, the primary purpose for reconfiguring that region was to create a district that performed better for a Republican candidate, and CD 9 meets that criteria in the proposed form.
In the proposed form. Mr. Chairman, were you aware before that CD 18 was one of the largest African American congressional districts in the country?
I was aware that CD 18, though vacant now, has previously had African American representation.
And were you aware that CD 18 was one of the largest Democratic boxes in the entire country?
No.
Are you aware that under the current congressional map, Mr. Chairman, that 49.1% of the population in Fort Bend portion of CD 9 is black? And under the new maps, 48% of the Fort Bend portion of CD 18 is now black too.
No, I have not looked at any racial data.
If you look and took existing black population from one district and packed them into an existing black opportunity district, how is that not redistricting based on race?
I'm assured that this map, as currently proposed, does not pack or crack any existing districts.
Mr. Chairman, I want you to know I thoroughly disagree with you because Senate District 18, Congressional District 18 is more than packed. Senate District 18, Senate District 9 was cracked. Senator, in 2024, ABC News did an exit poll for the presidential election in Texas. 80% of African Americans identified as Democrats, Mr. Chairman. In this case, race and partisan advantages are one of the same. Under the VRA, you don't have to intend to discriminate, you just have to discriminate based on race. Do you understand that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
This is Harris County portion of new CD18 now. The new CD18 has a total population of 272. The total black population of Harris County is 907,000. How can you say that packing CD18 was not racially based when around 1/3 of the largest black population in the country is located in one district, Mr. Chairman? 1/3 of the black population, okay, is located in one district. How can you say that's not packing?
I've been assured that that does not meet the legal requirements for packing.
Okay, maybe not meet the legal requirements, but I want you to understand what I just said. CD18 has not racially based, when around 1/3 is not racially based, as you say, but around 1/3 of the largest black population in this country is in one district. Just want you to know. As of the 2020 census, there were 3.5 million black people in all of Texas. There are 343,000 black people in the new CD18. That means almost 10% of the whole black population resides in 18. Mr. Chairman, do you believe that it's partisanship to place almost 10% of Texas' entire black population in one district?
Do I believe that it's partisan?
Do you think it's partisan? Yes, sir.
Seems that your question is based on the assumption that there are not African American Republicans and that there are not Republican African American office holders and that Republican policies can't encourage or solicit Democrats to switch to Republican.
Well,
so
I don't know
how to answer that.
How many Republicans are on this floor?
Right now, I don't know. I
19?
Go around the room, count.
There's 19 Republicans on this floor?
If we're all here.
Are there any blacks?
Well,
how many Republicans are on the House floor? Roughly. 80? How many black Republicans on the House floor? 2? That's facts. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, why was Anglo vape decreased by 4.7% while black percentages increased in CD18?
I'm sorry, I haven't looked at the racial data, so I can't comment on that.
Okay. Then why was Hispanic VPA decreased by 7.6 while the black percentage increased in CD18?
And again, I haven't looked at any racial data.
I can tell you why. In both of those questions, because they're packing. So it's obviously looks like you packed Senate District 18, Congressional District 18, but when you went the extra mile and took out the main economic driver for the district, like Bush Intercontinental Airport, what was the reasoning behind that, Mr. Chairman?
Again, airports don't vote, people vote.
It's obvious you packed our district, Congressional District 18. And not only did you pack the district, you took out one of our largest economic developers in Intercontinental Bush Airport. Please explain that to me, Mr. Chairman.
I was trying to. And first off, airports obviously don't vote. People vote. People don't live at airports. Voters don't live at airports. Voters don't live at a factory. They don't live at a petroleum plant, as was mentioned earlier. I'm sure you manage your district the same way I do mine. Lockheed is a gigantic economic driver in Tarrant County. My district goes right up to the border of it, but I don't technically represent Lockheed. But I spend a lot of time trying to help and represent Lockheed, even though it's not in my district. And I just don't ever understand the logic when someone says, well, we took an airport out of this district. I don't understand how that affects things, because I know you, even though I'm assuming the airport's not in your district, if it's not, I know you still represent The airport's in Harris County because you represent Harris County. And so I can't answer that because I just have trouble following the logic of the assumptions that underlie the questions. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, you're right. Airports don't vote, but they are economic drivers. And it's pretty obvious to me that not only did you pack Congressional District 18, but you took our biggest economic driver out of it as well. Let's move on. The Congressional District 9. Are you aware that the current Congressional District 9 is a black opportunity district? Mr. Chairman, simple question. Were you aware that our current Congressional District 9 was a black opportunity district? Yes or no?
I have not looked at any racial data.
So I can take that as a no?
No, you can take it as a statement that I have not looked at any racial data.
So you didn't know?
I don't know the answer to the question.
Sounds like you're saying you didn't know that it was. Mr. Chairman, are you also aware that the newly created Congressional District 9 drops off black vape by 28.4%?
I haven't looked at any voting age population data, CVAP, if that's what you were referring to.
Mr. Chairman, why did you decide to dismantle an existing black opportunity district?
I did not.
You did not? Because you didn't know it was? Or you just did not? Because you did. You dismantled, Mr. Chairman, this bill, this map, dismantles an existing black opportunity district. For the record.
I can't answer a question like that unless I have examined racial data, and I have repeatedly said that I have not.
So you don't believe what I'm saying to you, Mr. Chairman?
No, what I'm saying is I don't know the answer to it because I haven't examined racial data because I thought that was an inappropriate way to draw this redistricting map.
That is, well,
And
let me
actually,
assure you, Mr.
draw,
Chairman.
I did not draw, but it's an inappropriate way to approach the redistricting process.
Let me assure you of three things. CD 9 is a black opportunity district. CD 9's black vape dropped by 28%. And CD 9 in this new map will be dismantled. The black opportunity district will be dismantled, Mr. Chairman. Let me assure you of that. Finally, I want to end talking about public participation. Throughout this whole process, Chairman, you have stressed public participation. Every time I wanted more people to testify in committee, you pointed out to the email submission portal. Let's take a look at the numbers out of that email submission portal that you kept speaking of. Chairman King, are you aware that we received emails into our portal submission system? I'm sure you are because you talked about it quite a bit.
Yes.
I had my team look up the samples of how many. The samples of how many went into the portal were 3,800 submissions, emails. Would you kind of confirm that number about, is that about the same number you're thinking of?
Sounds about right.
Sounds about right. Mr. Chairman, out of that 3,800 into that portal, do you have any idea how many were in support of this redistricting map?
I haven't run the numbers. I can tell you anecdotally, most were opposed.
How many?
I can tell you anecdotally, I haven't added it up, but anecdotally, the majority were opposed.
Were opposed, the majority. Well, let me tell you the right number. 44 people out of 3,821 that entered into that portal, there were only 44, not 4,400, 44 people were in support of this redistricting map. There were 3,739 against this map, Mr. Chairman. That means that 97.8% of the portal submissions from an average Texans against redistricting, and only 2.2% are for it. Maybe I'm going to repeat that for all of my colleagues in this body. 2.2% of Texans that responded in the Texas portal were in support of this redistricting bill. We're elected to represent the will of the people. The people have obviously spoken. Then damn it, why are we passing this bill? If only 2.2% of Texans supported it. I'm almost done, Mr. Chairman.
I didn't know if you wanted me to respond to that or.
Oh, please do.
But no, I was just going to say, and of the witnesses that testified too, there's no question that Democrats are not in favor of this map. That was very clear from the testimony in the portal because it elects more Republicans. It was also very clear from the testimony that a lot of people want us to create maps that reflect specific percentages of all ethnic groups in the state, and that's illegal. We can't do that. And it was also very evident that a lot of the witnesses wanted a more compact map. The map we've drawn is more compact, but it is going to, I think, elect more Republicans. And it's clear that Democrats and the majority, the vast, vast majority of those who testified, clearly Democrats, it's very clear that they did not favor a map that elects more Republicans.
Mr. Chairman, that may sound good to you, but party affiliation was not even mentioned in that portal. Okay? But that may sound good to you. You keep repeating something, you start to believe it. So let me move on. Harmit Dillon. Let's start at the beginning. We can both agree that the call of the first special session had an agenda item that stated legislation that provides a revised congressional redistricting plan in light of constitutional concerns raised by the U.S. Department of Justice. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
That is, I don't have the call in front of me, but that sounds like an accurate restatement of the call.
If you can allow, if I can ask you to trust me, that's what it said. The Department of Justice reference letter was written by Department of Justice Civil Rights Division of the Texas governor. Is that correct?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The letter was written to the governor's office. Is that correct? From the Department of Justice.
It was addressed to the governor's office and the Attorney General.
And the Attorney General. Is that correct?
Yes, Attorney General and the governor.
Can we also agree that the letter specifically targeted 4 majority-minority districts? We've both seen that letter.
It targeted 4 districts.
Okay. Would you believe me if I told you those 4 districts were majority-minority? We've had that conversation, Mr. Chairman.
I don't have knowledge of that.
Let me assure you, it was 4.
I know there were 4. There were 4
3 of them
districts.
which were in my district partially or whole, and the other one in Dallas. Am I mistaken? Another one in Dallas. All 4 of them were majority-minority districts, Mr. Chairman. I assure you of that. Okay? Could you go with me on that?
Yes, I'm sorry. I just don't have the letter in front of me.
All right. Can you tell me who the letter was written by, Mr. Chairman?
One of the the director of the Civil Rights Division of the U.S. Department of Justice.
Can you recall her name, Mr. Chairman?
Last name was Hermide.
Her what?
Hermide.
It's Harmit Dillon, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Harmit Dillon. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Harmit Dillon. First name Harmit, last name Dillon, Mr. Chairman. Will you agree with me on that?
Yes.
Do you know anything about Harmit Dillon, Mr. Chairman?
No, not really.
Not really? Mr. Chairman, would it surprise you if I tell you that Harmit Dillon strongly oppose the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advance Act, which will restore voting rights acts to its full power, and that she penned an op-ed for Fox News, Mr. Chairman, in which she called the bill a power grab. And if you allow me to quote her, Mr. Chairman, I'll come right back with a question for you. Her quote, "All Americans, particularly Republicans in Congress, need to recognize H.R. 4 for the unnecessary power grab it truly is, and not be fooled by false propaganda about voting rights." That's what she wrote about the Voting Rights Act, Advance Act, from John Lewis. Mr. Chairman, so the letter is written and the committee is convened. The first question that we asked you in committee is this redistricting bill based on a letter from the DOJ. You remember that?
I remember you asking me that question.
You remember what your answer was?
Whatever it was, it'd be the same one I would give right now.
You know what it
want me to give
was?
it.
Do you recall what it was? Good answer. But do you recall what it was?
I can tell you I have given no heed
Mr.
or
Chairman,
consideration
your
to
answer
that
was a
letter.
resounding no.
I'm sorry?
Your answer from the very first day was a resounding no, Mr. Chairman. A resounding no. But you know what? It didn't stop there. Many times you were asked at various times that same question in committee hearings. And the answer almost every hearing was no.
Know that I have not given consideration to that letter in the redistricting process, yes.
Okay, thank you for agreeing with me on that. Thanks for being honest with me on that, Mr. Chairman. What were your primary objectives during the redistricting process as chairman of the committee? What were you trying to accomplish? There's two questions, I'm sorry. What was your primary, purpose?
Primary goal was to make sure that we produced a legal map.
Right. And what were you trying to accomplish?
The secondary objective, the secondary goal would have been to create a map that would perform better on a partisan basis for Republican congressional candidates.
And not one time, that Mrs. Dillon's comments, concerns, or letter from the DOJ to the governor and to the attorney general was considered. As she wrote, all Americans, particularly Republicans in Congress, need to recognize H.R. 4 for the unnecessary power grab it truly is, and not be fooled by false propaganda voting rights. None of that came into place, not one time throughout the entire committee process. Is that right, Mr. Chairman? Is that what you want us to believe?
Well, back it up a little bit. When you're talking about H.R. 4, what are you referring to?
H.R. 4 was the House congressional bill.
I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. But not one time did you want us to believe it had anything to do. One time.
No,
with race.
I don't know what she's
Even though all this was out here, not one time do you want us to believe that the letter coming from the DOJ to the governor, to the attorney general, none of it had to do with.
I'll be honest with you, I had never even heard her name before I read it in the letter.
Okay, let me try one more time then. Let's see about this. On August 6th, Harmon Dillon appeared on Just the News, No Noise. It was a TV show. Just the News, just the facts, no news. No, what was it called? Let's get it right. Just the News, No Noise. Where, on that program, Ms. Dillon stated, while discussing Texas redistricting, that we wrote to Texas telling them that though the law had been struck down a couple of years ago, their districts are now in compliance with the federal voting right. Are not in compliance, let me repeat that, are not in compliance with federal voting right laws. So they need to take action to fix them. This is what triggered the Texas legislature to the governor to call a legislative special session to put new maps together. She admits on a show why. So throughout this whole committee process, you have stated that the DOJ had no bearing on this redistricting, correct?
It has had no bearing on on me personally, no, none whatsoever.
Okay. But recently, you and Chairman Hunter have pivoted to stating that it's all about partisan advantage. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? It's all about partisan advantage now, right?
I have said that my objective in this map was to create a map to perform better for Republican congressional candidates.
Partisan advantage. We agree?
It would perform better. I like the words perform better for Republican partisan.
Partisan
yes.
advantage. Yet here we have Harmony Dillon, who already has an open problem with minority voting, who wrote a letter targeting majority-minority districts, taking credit for the redistricting process. She did it for our redistricting process, Mr. Chairman,
Senator,
right here in Texas.
Senator, I'm sorry, I couldn't pick her out of a lineup. I haven't met her, I haven't talked to her.
I understand.
I never saw her name before I saw the letter.
I
I've
understand.
disregarded the letter because it wasn't addressed to the legislature.
I understand.
I don't know what else to say about it.
I understand. And I'm closing. Her explanation regarding the need for redistricting is literally based on race. I'm going to repeat that. Her explanation regarding the need for redistricting in Texas is literally based on race. Further, those very districts were either redrawn or completely dismantled. Your explanation is based on partisan advantage. Somebody's not telling the truth. I'm not going to say who it is. I don't know who it is, but it's obvious somebody's not telling the truth. Are you also aware that the agenda items related to redistricting in the proclamation for the second call, Mr. Chairman, the second special session got rid of the reference to the DOJ letter? Let me say that again so my colleagues can understand, Royce. The second call letter, it got rid of the DOJ letter. It was nowhere in the picture. Is that just a coincidence, Mr. Chairman?
I honestly hadn't noticed that until now. I haven't read the second call.
You know,
I just knew that congressional redistricting had been placed on it, and once it's placed on it, it's a very general topic for the Senate.
I close with this. I find it very interesting. There's a lot of coincidences going on here that we said from the very first day. That when you and Chairman Hunter start calling this, a partisan advantage move, and then in the second call, the special second call, it didn't make reference to the DOJ letter. Nobody has answers. Something's not adding up. I coined the phrase rigged districting throughout this process. This whole process is a sham. This whole process is a farce. And it will forever be called rigged districting. Thank you, members. Thank you, Mr. President.
Members, we're going to get a motion here for a moment. Our staff up here you all can step off the floor and eat. They can't. So we're going to take a little break here for them to have lunch. We're going to get the motion here for a moment. Chair recognizes the Dean of the Senate.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate stand in recess for 30 minutes until 2:30 p.m. today, Friday, August 22nd.
Any objection? Please, everyone, be back on time at 2:30. We have a long way to go. Senate stands at recess until 2:30.